So everybody log in there and I'll tell you a few things to do.
Okay, I'm trying to.
Oh, I gotta start a whole lot of things again.
I shared my screen, it's up.
I opened my windows and now they're all closed. Ah, la 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 la. Let me see. I also had some. Oops, they're all gone.
Edu, how do you use Zoom into Zoom?
So.
How do you zoom into Zoom?
You
can't zoom in on the
Oh, right there.
So if you're in, guys, everybody log in and I'll tell you guys a few things to do on the Linux side of things while I get myself situated here. And oops, this time. God, this is horrible. I should not have rebooted that machine. That was the wrong time. Now, I got the new. I got stuff I don't need at the top of my screen. Okay, open that window so I don't have to forget that window. Let me see how many of us, 30, when we at 35, then we would begin. But in the meantime, log in. And when you log in, I want you to, we're going to play with a few things.
I have problems logging in. I shared my screen. There is no follow-up.
Come on. Just follow the instructions. It's really hard to go one-on-one. You get that? It is very difficult. Follow the instructions as everybody is following. They put the thing on the screen for you. Type SU, and you get in as the rest of the people did.
I have done it 5 times and I gave a screenshot. It's not leading me to where they are. So it means there is something which I cannot get it by myself.
So your screen.
I shared it. It's on the group before.
In the WhatsApp?
Yes.
They want you to make. Did you take a screenshot and put in the WhatsApp group?
Yes.
Yeah, you should put
What's your phone number? The 592-7074?
51. Yes, 51.
No. You're doing it wrong anyway. You're typing in the SSH command. We're not doing that. I just took a screenshot and sent it into the WhatsApp group. Look at my screenshot. Type in the same way I have, and then you'll be logged in.
Yeah, but have you seen my screenshot that I sent?
I'm looking at your screenshot right now. You're typing it in wrong.
I'm doing what?
You're typing the command in wrong. You're not using the right wording. Look at my screenshot that I just posted. I have a 202-303-9976 number. Do it that same way and you'll be logged in.
You have which number?
My phone number is 202-330-9976. If you go into the WhatsApp group thread, you'll see what I just posted and just type it in the same way and then you'll be logged in.
All right, let me see how many folks there. 31. Let me see what I'm preparing for here, Missoula. This was a good idea for me. Bad idea. And I'm supposed to be May. We're going to SQL.
Oh, really? Let's.
Yes, we're starting soon.
Laisse le courant. On ne touche pas le courant. Ouais.
Oh, that's Linux. Yeah, I had some Linux things to go through. Which one was that? Was that number 3?
Sir,
Yes, ma'am.
I do the SQL plus BT
Mm-hmm.
/ BT,
Mm-hmm.
and he say me bash SQL plus command not found. Why?
Did you do SU?
SQL plus.
Because of all, listen, you have to switch user to become the user called DBA first.
I don't understand well. Sorry.
There is a user called DBA. You must switch and become that user. Once you become the user DBA, and then you will be able to do SQL.
What's the password for using DBA?
SQL Plus. The password is Oracle 11. Okay, so I'll start with that one. Take that one out. Then after that, I go back to SQL. And I will do that SQL. Yes. So.
Sarah, did you get it?
You typed in Oracle 11, right? Yeah. More than once, right?
Yeah, but I first didn't do it first.
And I'll do.
No, I don't get it because I do SUDB and it say me.
Okay, please type SU in lowercase space DBA in uppercase.
Look at the WhatsApp thread. The picture.
Yeah, somebody put it. Riley put it in the group.
It's in the group already.
We can't do 45 minutes trying to get y'all logged in today. Look at the
SU
group.
is in lowercase space DBA in uppercase.
Yeah, I do that.
Then the password Oracle 11.
The problem is that if you have anything on your screen, it will not go through. You have to close the window, log in again before you start doing whatever you are doing. Once it rejects you and you are continuing, you will never get it. You have to close it, then open it again and start all over.
You ever told me that the password was you'll never see it? If you was in here, I wouldn't know. You just like other people.
Yeah, you'll never see a password ever.
That's it. He might have mentioned it once, but I don't know.
On the screen. Hey, who's that writing on my screen? I wish I find out. Huh?
Maybe just went to the other user. Might want to write it down.
Some nasty
DBA.
Yeah.
The more you do it, the more you understand.
But it don't do anything. It say me invalid option. D.
Make sure to respect the case. SU is in lowercase, DBA is in uppercase.
Yeah, I do that. I do the same. You say me lowercase SU and uppercase DBA. Exactly.
Okay.
No?
So now let me log in and it's.
Please just clear your screen and start again.
I clear all and start again. Okay.
Let me do this.
Okay.
I was horrible. Nobody should write anything on that screen, please. Nobody should write on that screen. Can you find out who's writing that? Who is doing that kind of thing? Okay. People start to get nasty. I'll give passwords. So only people who are registered will log in here. Because I'm sure whoever is writing is not a registered member of this class. So what I want to do next, we're going to go to, we would start by revising, maybe just run through some Linux commands again, and you guys practice them. I wouldn't have to be writing. So you guys can practice tiny little bit before we. So if everybody's connected, you don't have to be, everybody should be connected as the Bitech student, the Bitech student user. What does that mean? If you had switch user, what you do is you type exit, you come back to the user that you were before. And let me go to 2A. Maybe. So I want us to practice some of the things we did the other day. And let me also log into my own Linux screen here and then do a new share my screen. So you can all see my screen. And I would log in. My login is a little bit different from yours, but that's okay. Oops. That was 1 second. I did not do, where is that thing here? Zeus Sonic War. Okay, if you're all connected, let me share the screen on which we should be. Just a second. Let me get the exact commands we did yesterday. So if everybody type LL in here, oops, I'm connected as a different user. So I'm going to do switch user to become, what was that? Bitech student.
Hey, Dr. Cho, can you put the link inside the WhatsApp app?
The link to?
To that Chrome extension.
Okay.
I'm having a little bit of trouble with it on my MacBook.
Okay. It's coming shortly. So if you are in here, if you type LL, oops, LL. Whoa. Okay. What is that? Why does it say permission denied? Let me do switch user. Didn't I do switch user? That's a second. Exit. Good. So if you do LL, yes, we should be back here where we had everybody's file yesterday. Everybody was here yesterday. And I think something that we should learn today is called VI. I want us to learn VI. In the first place, I would want, yes, everybody's going to do, we're going to do VI on the text files that we have. But we should start by everybody delete all your files. Everybody delete a file that belongs to you. Everybody take out your file, and they will create a new one and we'll start to study something new. It's still part of Linux, but we were going to use VI today because VI is used to edit files in Linux. So we shall be doing VI.
When I typed LL, it said permission denied.
It says that type exit, let's see. Because you're definitely the other user. It happened to me too when I tried to switch, but I did not switch correctly. Now try type LL again. Everybody should be on this screen where I am if you're watching my screen.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we're welcome. So everybody on this screen right here, Very quickly, we're going to do VI.
I also have permission denied.
Okay, that's type exit. It's because you did that switch user without the minus.
I see, I tap VI and it show me.
No, you're not typing VI yet. Nobody's typing VI.
Oh.
Just wait till when we all say, let's go.
Exit is Control C, right?
Exit is exit. Type EXIT. It is the spelling of exit.
Oh, what I do, man.
Type exit, lady, if you are stuck. Or as he said, you try Control C. If it doesn't help, you do exit. But I know your current solution is exit would fix it for you.
Oh.
So when I exit, I should type LL again.
Yes.
I tap V.
Right. Are we removing the compressed file or the TXT file?
Remove every file that has your name on it. Every file. So how would you do that? If you want to remove files that all belong to you, you simply, if the names are all the same, you can type RM and you put the beginning of your name and you put star after that. It will remove every file that begins with that name. Everybody try that. So that will remove all of them at once, so that you're doing them one by one.
What I do now?
What is your number, lady? Give me
So
your
after,
AnyDesk number.
So after removing, we list to see if the files have gone away.
Yes, that is the
When
purpose
you
of
go
that
to see
LS.
the number for your computer.
Enter it there. Enter it on the screen, and I can look at your machine with
I tap V and I what?
Let me see. Give me your AnyDesk number.
I don't know.
You have AnyDesk installed?
I don't know.
I did ask everybody to install AnyDesk. If you have it, I can look at your machine and I tell you what's
No, I don't install the AnyDesk.
Okay, go to your browser and type AnyDesk download. AnyDesk is one word. ANYDESK. Download. The first link will take you to some place where you could download and install AnyDesk. Okay. Somebody keeps writing some nonsense on the screen.
Please, we're all
You
slowing
find
down
out,
our program by
Zeus,
not downloading all the apps
Zeus,
we're
by
asked to
looking,
download.
right? By
How do we
monitoring
expect
all that, you may be able to see who's writing. Are you sure? Can I turn off interaction? I think so. Yeah, check. There's a way that I can turn off interaction so nobody writes anything. Yeah, go to detail. There should be some place. Then next time I would make sure. Yeah, there should be a way. So let me just Google. Okay, let me see whose file is still there. Some people's files are still there. I would assume that they are not here today. So I'm going to delete those files for them. So did you download the AnyDesk? So I would do RM star. Nope, not any. Yeah, I'll do star, and I do dot gz. If I do that, all files with that. Oops. All files with .gz should go. And now I'll delete the files that end with TAR for everybody. They should be all gone. Then I'll delete the files that, because there's one file I need to leave in there. I need to leave the file that belongs to root. Let me see that file. No, that one has to go. RM testing, whatever, that one must go. Yes, RM minus RF. Okay, let me do this. LS, RM. So guys, let me just remove a bunch of files here, then we can continue. This is right here again. Some crazy person. Find out. Yeah, I'm sure there's. Okay. Hey guys, let me clear my screen. Here we come. I want everybody to type this for me. What's going on? All they doing that. Everybody do this for me. If there's a way to make sure nobody else. Okay, thanks. Okay, guys, if you're in there, what I want us to do is the other screen that we did yesterday was to copy a file. I want everyone to, because we need to do VI right now, I want us to have the same file. Let me see what is in this file. If I do more, okay, there's a lot inside that file. So, everybody, we're gonna do this. Somebody's, guys, we have somebody online who is just writing nonsense on the screen. We're still trying to find out who that person is so we can kick them out forever. So, if you are with me, guys, everybody should make a copy of this file. And how do you do that? Simply type a CP, you copy that file. Remember, if you type V and hit tab, it should type it for you. And then you enter your name and you make it .tx. No, let's make this .log. Everybody create a file with your name and it ends with .log. If you do that, we can have those files. Then we're going to do VI from looking at those files. Everybody do that. We're going to take about 45 minutes to study VI. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I did. Any better? Any good? Any luck? Any other crazy person?
Show the other screen, please.
So if you did that, everyone.
The script, the command.
The command?
Yeah, the CP.
Just type CP. It's like that. Here. CP VI test, you enter your name.log.
We cannot see your screens.
Oh, okay. Should I share back? Yeah, just a second. Let me share my screen again. I'm trying to resolve. There is somebody online who is disturbing. Yeah, somebody wants us to end this class much earlier than we should.
Somebody's writing on the screen.
Yeah, somebody.
That's not good. Somebody's writing on the screen.
And
I don't see the writing on the screen. I don't see it.
Because we keep writing it. Yes,
someone was writing on the screen.
Yeah, somebody sitting here just erasing continuously. Should I share that? Just a second. My screen is not shared because we're trying to find out who is doing that. And if we can stop that. Just a second.
Can you please find the band and put it outside?
That's exactly what we're trying to figure out now, how to identify that. That is really crazy, I tell you. You have people who are really nuts. We're doing a class, people are trying to better themselves, and somebody is there just, you know. But in a second, we should find out. We should get that fixed. Just in a second. Okay, I should go ahead and share now. So I'll share my screen again, and hopefully we have resolved that problem. Okay, so if everybody's here with me, and if you type LL, now you should see everybody's file, many of us. That's the number of us today studying. So that's it. And let me see how many are connected. We have 24 people connected, that's it. I thought it was much more than that. 32, 24. Okay, that's fine. So, VI, what is VI? Let's start by defining VI. Let me switch over back to my other screen here. Ding, dun, 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 dun. Go back there. Need to go to okay, and now get that screen up. Okay, guys, VI, what is the VI editor? As you all know, in Windows, if I type Notepad, this thing comes up. This is an editor. This is the Notepad editor in Windows, on which I can type, I can open scripts. They're used for writing scripts. In Unix, there are a couple of editors. There's quite a good number. I would share later on with the different ones. But among those many editors in Linux, the most important one, most used, is the VI editor. So, and that's why we would talk about the VI editor, so you know what it is. So this VI editor, if for anything you want to know, is a text editor. The VI, let me see, VI, just one second. VI text editor. So I'll write here. If you want to write, maybe take down any tiny little notes on that. Let me get my iPad here so I can write there. Just a second. I need to do, oops. Let me pay. Just a second. Let me pair up my pen so I can write on that thing. So what you want to know is this. VI is a text editor. In Unix and Linux. Remember, those two things are about the same. It's a text editor. That's the big thing. Text editor. Or if you want to make this, I say just like Notepad. In Windows. So that's what it is, just a text editor. We do a lot of scripting. To write scripts, you use the VI editor.
Is it the same like maybe Atom or Sublime?
On what platform?
Git. We did something Git, and they have text editor like Atom.
Yeah, that's okay. That's in, except that's in Mac, but that's not in Linux. As I said, there's quite a good number of text editors, but the one worth knowing, spending a little bit of time looking at, is the VI editor. So VI, since already we know, guys, it's simple. Editor. Use this to create text files or edit text files. All you need to know is how to use it. How do we use that thing? To start VI, you go, you simply go at the, let me see, invoking VI. So how do you invoke VI? Good, let me start right here. We don't jump the gun. So to start VI, guys, invoking it, very simple. You type VI, you enter the file name. You type VI space, you enter some file name, VI will come up. Then when VI comes up, what do you do next? You start typing in it. And when VI starts, it starts in the command mode. So you just need to know two things. VI, text editor. When you start that thing, you are in the command mode. Then when you are in the command mode, if you can only run certain commands, you cannot type anything. But to start writing or typing in VI, you must get in the input mode. Then when you get in the input mode, there's a bunch of commands. So, number one, VI, you start VI in the command mode, then you can go into number two, the input mode. And number three thing that you need to know is how do you leave one mode to the other? So to escape, to move from that mode back to that mode, it's very simple. On your keyboard, there is an escape key. Actually, let me see how it's written. Let me write it exactly the way it's written. It's written like that. That's escape. So once you type escape, it takes you out of insert or input mode into the command mode. That's how VI works. Just a second, guys. Some other helper. Let me get them to log in so they can help us. Just a quick second, Because when we get to this VI, a lot of people are going to be needing some help. I know that. So I better be ready with some people. Just 1 second, guys. Let me talk to Okay, so guys, so before we start VI practicing, you need to know two things. There's command mode, there is input mode. And then if you want to switch modes, you hit escape.
So please a question.
Then, oops, excuse me.
Question.
Uh-huh.
I wish you understand the command mode and the input mode.
Yes, we're coming there, we're coming there. Then to go from command mode to input mode, it's an I or and O, O and A. Just 1 second. Wait, it's much easier than it would sound explaining and reading. So those 3 characters. So keeping in mind those few things, guys. What I want, as a matter of fact, what I want everybody to do now, all of us, we're gonna practice this right now to go into insert mode and X and that. So everybody go to your keyboard, because I don't want to spend more than an hour doing VI. Everybody log into your machine. If you're still seeing my screen. So while in your screen, if you are with me, would like to create a test file. So I want everybody to do something like VI, and you enter. I want everybody to enter, and now everybody should enter VI underscore your name. Type VI underscore your name. I do VI underscore show. That's mine. Everybody type VI underscore your name.
VI 2 times like you just did?
Yes. When you do that, you'll be locked into VI. You're right into VI. You make mine bigger. Once you do that, you are immediately inside the VI. Then if you're in VI, I want you to type.
What
right
I type
now,
VI, 2 VI underscore on my name.
Yes, that's it. 2 VI underscore your name. Means you want to create a file called that. So once you do that, hit enter, you should be on a screen like mine. You are now at the command mode. To go on the input mode, everybody type I. Just the little I once. You'll see insert will appear at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah.
Good. At that point, start typing. You can type anything you want and hit enter. You could type anything. Okay? Everybody type something like 2, 4, like 5 lines. Just type some gibberish and you go down.
The bottom of my screen says replace.
Hit escape.
Yes, I still have replace.
You have replace?
Okay.
Mine says insert.
My set insert too.
Yours, you should be insert. Now, we are on the input mode. Input mode is also called the insert mode. So what I want you to do, everybody, is to hit escape once. Hit escape key. You notice that insert will disappear.
Escape, yeah.
Once you do that, if you notice you cannot type again, try to type. If you try to type, some things may happen, but nothing sensible.
Something disappear. I tap escape. Something disappear, and under the window it say 6 fewer lines before 1:58 seconds ago.
That's okay. Do escape. Escape again.
But if you type randomly and touch the ICE key, the insert
typing, yes.
The insert comes back.
Yes. Once you touch, there are 3 keys, I, O, and A. They'll get you back into input mode. So now, what I want everybody to do, everybody should hit escape.
I do escape nothing.
Yes.
The same
of course,
thing.
nothing should happen if you don't see insert. It means you're already in the command mode, and escape will not do anything. Now, I want everybody to do this for me. You want to get rid of everything we did. Everybody hit O. No, everybody hit this. This is how you delete a character. Everybody hit X. You hit X, you delete 1 character at a time. X, 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 delete 1 character. That's what X do in the input mode of VI. Now, I want everybody to do this. Everybody hit D twice. DD. You hit D twice, you delete 1 line, 1 complete line. Did it delete one full line?
Nothing right in my computer.
If you hit Didi, it deletes one full line. Then the next thing I want you to do, everybody, is to hit U. If you hit U, you undo everything that you just deleted. Hit U, and just keep hitting U. You notice that everything is coming back. So U is to undo, DD is to delete one line, and X is to delete one character at a time. Okay.
Professor, could you mute everybody's phone?
I think so, Zeus.
Thank you.
Okay, each time you hear noise, just go mute. When you want to speak, you can unmute and you speak. Okay, if you have a question, you unmute, you speak, or you type in a group.
Professor?
Yes.
My page is just black.
It's just black, there's nothing there?
Under the black, you have 6 fewer lines before 58 seconds ago. 0.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. If you don't have, hit I for you. Just hit the I key and you type some few characters and you hit enter, type some few characters.
Now I type I, now is insert.
Type something, please.
Okay.
Just type some few things and you hit enter. It doesn't have to make any sense.
Okay.
Then do escape. Insert will disappear. Once you don't have insert, it means you are on the command mode. And at the command mode, you can run other commands that you would not be able to run when you are on the insert mode. So now, guys, I want everybody to do this. Everybody hit D until all the lines disappear. You hit D, you delete every line that you just typed.
I don't understand.
DD. Except we don't know D on your keyboard. Everybody should hit DD. You have a blank screen like me.
Okay. No line in buffer.
Yes, that's where I want it to be. Then now, when I'm going to hit I, we're going to type one line. This is my first VI test. Everybody type that line. And then hit enter. And let's type another line. VI is boring. You still see insert at the bottom of the screen. Then what I want you to do now is this. Hit escape key and the insert will disappear. It means now you are back at the command mode. You cannot type anything until you touch I, O, or A. Now, we are going to save what we just did in VI. This is how you save in VI. Everybody look at my screen. Please pay attention so you don't call later on. You hit escape. Again, you can hit it many times, it doesn't matter. Then you type colon. If you type colon, your cursor will leap to the bottom of your screen. And you type W, means write or save, Q, quit. Everybody go down there and type, everybody do colon WQ and hit enter. Everybody do that. Colon WQ.
What do you do column?
There you go. I sent you guys something to study your keyboard. Learn typing. I'm sure you did not practice it.
My cursor did not move to the bottom of the screen.
Hit escape again and hit the colon. Once you touch, if you are in the command mode, colon must take you to the bottom of the screen. Bottom of the black screen or the terminal.
This is for the two times escape.
Yep.
How to write this.
They type colon WQ. Okay, I'll count after 5. No complaint. I know we all did it. 1, 2, 3.
No.
Okay. Where's your cursor? Still at the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay, except you're not typing the right colon. Colon is above semicolon.
It could be shift colon.
Yes, of course. It should be shift, then you hit that key.
Yeah, shift colon.
No, it doesn't shift colon.
Oh, sorry.
It says shift, I don't know. You say
Got it. I got it.
you
I'm there.
shift,
Thank you.
you hit that key, yes. Actually, that's
Sir,
what it is.
please, I'm lost.
Where is your cursor? Are you in VI or you are not?
I'm not, sir.
Okay, if you're not, then just wait. Everybody, once you do this, you hit enter. You just created a file and type LL. You should see the file that you made. Let me see who did the file. LL. Yes. Guys, if you notice, we all have files that begin with VI. For those who are keeping in touch. Almost everybody did, though. Almost everybody. Thank you all. So we all have a file called VI and your name. So now, what we want, that's how you make a file in Linux, guys. What I want us to do now is this. We're going to go back. Now everybody watch my screen. And this is when, I hope I asked everybody to have a notebook and a little piece of, a notebook and a pen, right? Because if you don't write down these things, you're going to forget them. The first thing is this, VI editor. Everybody, if you're studying and you want to remember this thing, you must write. If you just sit there and you type and you let go for the first time, I bet you if I ask you this in the next 12 hours, you'll not remember a thing. So everybody should at least write some notes. VI, text editor in Unix or Linux, just like Notepad. Then the next you want to write is invoking VI. To invoke VI, what do? You type VI and you enter the file name. For you, your file name was VI underscore your name. Okay? Then, once you log into VI for the first time, it says VI starts, maybe you want to write this little line down, guys. This line at the top. VI starts in command mode. Everybody write down that line. So once you start VI, you are in command mode. Then the next thing is, let me see what I want you to write again about input mode. Yep, then write this line here. That you switch VI into input mode. Guys, write that down. I wish I don't have to write down everything. It's written here already. So guys, it's like this. You switch VI into input mode by entering I want it now when you get here where it says by entering, I want you to write these words there. By entering what? I, O, or A. Those are the things you enter. You don't have to write down the whole notes, otherwise you have notes until you cannot read. But guys, how do we get into VI into input mode? By entering I, A. We've tried I. We haven't done A. Are you recording, Zeus? Yeah. Or A. Those are the things you hit. You hit those keys to get into input mode. Then the third thing I want you to write, guys. Write down this last line right here. That what is that? Yeah. That line, guys. To exit input mode, press the escape key.
Sir, please, when I have insert, what should I do?
Type escape. That is just what I'm reading right here. The escape key is on the left side of your screen. It's probably the farthest key to the top left.
Yes, I tap escape and then it's gone.
Okay, then type colon WQ. So, guys, if you've written those 3 points, then the next thing I want you to write is this.
Colon.
VI, the next I want you to write is this. VI input command. That's what we're going to study right now. So after we go through these commands, I'm going to give you about, we're going to do about 12 of the commands, that's all. And then that will be our lesson for VI. Except those who are continuing the class, then we can do that. So guys.
Sir, please. Insert is gone. And then you said type colon WQ. How?
Type colon WQ. You should be, after I type, but by the way, you should be following my screen. Listen, you are far behind. You're not looking at what I'm doing. When we'll go further, and then you come here and you're asking me again. That's not
okay.
That is not how you study, my brother.
Okay.
Forget that other part. We'll come back then and we'll fix it. But for now, follow what we are doing. I just gave 3 things for you to write down.
Yeah, I took a screenshot.
No, take a screenshot doesn't help, my man. You write it down with your hand, you remember.
Okay.
Number 1 was that one. How you invoke VI. Oh, actually, that was not number 1. The first thing I wanted everybody to write was that. Nope, that's even number 1. What is VI? VI is a text editor. Then number 2 was invoking VI. You type VI and the file name. And that being the, that's the main thing. Then after that, we came down to number 3. The third thing I wanted you to write was that VI starts in command mode. Okay? Then the 4th point I wanted you to write, number 4, was you switch VI into input mode by entering I, A, or O. I did not write that correct. There should actually be the letter O. So we're going to then number 4, that number 4 point that I wanted you to write was actually this one here. To exit input mode, you press the escape key. Then number 5, guys, input VI input commands. And the input commands are this here. For the input commands, we're going to start numbering again all over. This would be your first command for VI you should know. A, what does A do? So when you type A, in other words, guys, if you type A means append after the cursor. So we're going to go in and type A and you see what it does. Then number 2, I. Each time you type I, means insert before the cursor. See, the other one was after, and this one is before. And then if you type O, O means open a line below the cursor. But if you type caps O, you open a line above. See, one is below, one is above. Then there is another one here. If you do colon R and give a file name, means you want to insert file after current line. But I don't care about all those commands. I will number the ones that you must remember. Number 3, O. Even the caps O, I don't care about. We want to remember as little as we can so we can remember those things. Then guys, let's go to the next set of commands. So the next commands I use for, let me see, change word. Nope. Input command. I won't even look at that. Don't worry about those. Don't worry about those. VI has more than 50 commands, but for now, we need to know about 10 of them and we are fine. Let me see, what number did I end? Ended on, oops, excuse me, number 3. Okay. Let me come back here. File management. I'll call this command here number 4. W. So if you're working VI and you type :W, what does that mean? Means write edit buffer to a file. Call that name. In other words, it's to be more simple, simplistic. Also write a W equals save. When they say write, every time write means save, guys. So if you hit :W, means save my work, save what is in the buffer. Then the next command that we should know is number 5, is WQ, which is actually write and quit. Write and quit. And then number 6, Q bang. They call that exclamation sign the bang sign. That one is quit without saving changes. It means you've done some changes, but you don't want to save them. So that one, we let me write this here. Whenever I see that sign, that is called bang. Bang sign. That's how to pronounce it, bang. The exclamation sign, you could call it exclamation if you want to, but in the IT world, they call that the bang sign. Then there is Shift ZZ. Our next command that we should know would be Shift ZZ, same as WQ. So for that one, because it's the same, I will not number that one. Okay. And then the next one I would skip. I'll give you guys just, I want you to remember the important ones only. So we are going to go down and down. Let me see the next set of commands. How many have we done? 6? Yes, yes, yes. We've gone through 6. Just a second. Because if you try to remember all of them, they'll drive you crazy, especially when you start. The next one that we should know, yes, should be this one right here. Our next command, which should be number 7, would be, let me call that number 7. Oop, writing them in red, right? Number 7, G. That's caps G. So caps G is like go to the last line of the document. And if you wanted to go to line number 50 or line number 20, you type NG, where N is the line number that you want to go to. And that same command is the same as, so that command is the same as :N. That's the next one just below. Okay. I mean this command. When you type that, if you notice those two, They mean the same thing. Then let me see if there's another one. Window at top, window at bottom. Okay, let's come down to cursor motions. How do you move that cursor around the screen? Let me see which of them are important. As a matter of fact, moving the cursor around the screen is, when you start to learn VI, simply use the arrow keys. In other words, guys, you do, let me see. I'll see, let me draw it here. You go to your arrows. We know there is a down arrow. There is a left arrow. There is an upper arrow and a backspace arrow. Use those arrows to move around your screen, as simple as that. So this would give you, in other words, guys, just a second. Cursor motions, you can simply do that. Use these things. Otherwise, if you have the brain to remember them, right, you can actually use the thing here. Let me see. Down, 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 down. See, I don't want us to spend time starting to learn all of these things here. Middle line, lower left corner, down line, J. So, for example, it goes like this. Let me see, J is a down. So this one will be J. You hit J, you're going down. And what's it? Oh, the upper line K. And let me see, H. H is back, one character lower. Yes, H would be this one. And K, down, back. Where is beginning? End of line. Let me look at my keyboard. I know they're all together. H, J, K, L. Okay, the other one is L. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, L. L takes you this way. Lowercase l. Yeah. So you could, if you want to, you could remember the characters, but if you look at your keyboard, guys, H, J, K, L are all together. Those keys take you around, they'll move your cursor around your screen in VI. And I think that's the most important one. Let me see here. Back one word, I don't care about that. How many did we see so far? 7? Yes. 7, 7, 7. Let me see if there's another one. No, there's another important one that I want to talk about. Is the one that you use to, let me see, change input, insert, not that. Just 1 second. Ah, is this one right here? Number 8. Number 8 is / and a string. So you use that one to search for a string. Then after you search for the string, maybe we should do number 9 would be you search for your string, but now you want to go forward. You could now hit N while in the search mode. It will go forward just as caps N would take the search backwards. I think, yes, that should be it. That's 9. Let me see if there's any other command that we should remember. Hey, Zeus, what's the command to go to the beginning of the page again? Yeah, G. No, G goes, cap G goes to the last. Okay, I think it's 1G. Yes. Okay, so with this, guys, I'm going to stop right here. We're going to practice. We have 9 commands to remember if anybody was writing down anything. 9 important commands for us to remember. Everyone go to your machine. And I want you to use your upper arrow. Everybody, learn to use your upper arrow to repeat commands. Use your upper arrow and go to VI, your name. See, like if I go here, I see VI Cho. I did not type it. Your upper arrow would give you a history of your commands. Then when you get there, hit enter. Mazu, can you add Veronica into this group? Did she contact you just now? Just add her if she's there and then send her the link. I mean in WhatsApp. Oh, maybe you cannot.
I'm stuck in the
Yeah,
last
just
page.
1 second.
So I'm stuck on the VA side, so I can move forward.
Okay, just a second. Let me see here. Come to help you shortly. Just a second. Let me get some other helper because I know this is going to be a little bit hectic.
Are you guys still stuck in the VI editor?
Yeah, help them for me.
Got you, brother. So
Yes.
if you're stuck in the editor, just press escape, hold the shift button, press the semicolon button. You should see the semicolons pop up at the bottom of your screen now. You see that?
Go slowly, bro. It's
Okay.
too fast, man.
Press escape.
Yes.
Okay. Now you need to hold the shift button and at the same time press the semicolon button.
The semi what?
The semicolon button. It's right next to the letter L. Do you see the 2 dots at the bottom of your screen now?
Oh yeah.
Okay, now I want you to press W, then Q, and then hold the shift button again and press 1. That's the exclamation point.
No, just WQ, hit enter, you should exit. You should not even do the exclamation. Okay. But you can do that, it's still gonna work. But okay, hey guys, for the rest of you, everybody, if you've done this, log into VI, hit enter. Oops, just 1 second. I'm hitting my thing on the wrong place. Okay, if you're in here with me, if you're inside this VI file, what I want us to do, as a matter of fact, I wanted us to go to the file that we copied. If you're in here, I wanted to exit again. How do you exit? :Q. You don't have to, the W means save. You've done nothing, so you don't want to save anything. So you do :Q. And you hit enter. Then type LL. You have a file that you made with your name that ended with .log. I want you to do VI, you go to your file with .log. So for me, I'm going to type VI show.log. Everybody log into your file that has your name and it ended with .log. So we're going to the log file, in other words. Maybe I do it again. Let me clear my screen. So fellas, what we're talking about is this. Make my thing bigger. So I want you to do VI and your file name that ended with .log, not mine, your own. If you don't have one, then you let us know. It means you missed a step. So once you do that, you hit enter, you should be, why is mine corrupted?
Emptying for me.
I'm seeing the same thing.
You see the same thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, that
Different
file got
files
corrupted
underneath
as
of
of yesterday. Yes, yes.
I got the same thing too.
Now, everybody do this. Colon Q. You quit that file, and I'll make a brand new one in 1 second. It's a file, then just to practice VI. Just a second. I'll do a brand new one.
Yeah, I have something
Mister, for me it's different. It's a Onanga log, new file in the VI place.
Okay, don't worry about that. What I'm going to do is this. Just 1 second. Oops, taking much longer than I wanted. Okay, I'm just going to do a brand new file. Let me move my screen away because some people will copy and they'll do the same thing. So once you exit, I want everybody to delete, to remove their file. That is bad, because that file is corrupted. Everybody remove that file for me, please.
How do you remove it?
RM. Type RM. You enter your file name. That file should be gone.
I'm in VI.
No, RM. To remove the file, I want you to remove your file with your name. Remove the file that has .log with your name. Okay, I think most of them are gone. So
it tells me that no.
Okay, so guys, this is what I want us to do right now, people.
It says it cannot remove the file. No such file or direct.
You can't remove a file that does not exist, sir.
Okay, okay.
Because you type in the name wrong. Just got stuck. Okay. That machine is taking. Everybody remove your file. Everyone. If not, I'm going to remove it for you. And I see lots of swap files.
I'm having difficulty.
Hey, that machine is. Let me see how many people are connected. Should be doing that. It's 24. I think I'm just 24. Only 24 people are connected. Okay, but that's good. Those are the 24 serious people. So what I'm going to do right now is I see that
If you're not talking, can you mute your microphone, please?
Okay, I'm going to remove everybody's file that has .log on it. That's good. So I'll do RM star. No, RM minus RF star log. All those files should be gone. Yes. So now, guys, I've made a new file in there that I want us to play with. The file is called, what is that? Class something. Just 1 second. ls minus lrt. No, lrt should show me the file. I have a file there called class. Oops, I even named it wrong. Class testing.wrong. Let me rename that file. I'll do mv. Enter that file name. Enter the same file name. I want to call it class testing vi. So, guys, I have a file in there called class testing vi. Everybody's going to make their file out of that one. So, for example, I'll do cp show dot. Now, let's do this. Let's do this instead. Let me show you guys some other way to make a file, which I want everybody to do. Everybody, we're going to cut that file, right? Everybody do cut. If you type CLA or class, and then you do this. You put that inside a file. Put that inside your file that has your name with .vi. So like for me, I'll do vi underscore show. If I do that, the contents of this file will go inside that file for me. Everybody try that for me. Everybody do cat class testing. Remember, just type class and you hit tab key. It should finish writing that for you. Then you put greater than sign.
Mister, excuse
Yes.
me. Excuse me. My page, after to type the VI again, VI Onanga undercode, and I have Onanga backlog, new file, something, the page is in the page VI. But now I don't know what I do to return in this page you show us.
Do escape, hit escape.
Escape, yes.
Colon Q.
Just colon Q, okay?
Escape, colon Q.
Okay.
And bang, the exclamation sign.
Escape.
Colon Q exclamation.
Q.
And you hit enter, that should take you out of that. So now, everybody, once you do that, let me type LL and I see whose own is there. Okay, I am gonna move forward, guys.
Okay.
LS minus LRT. Me see the last person.
Where do we append it?
No.
In a file, VI underscore your name. VI underscore your name.
Oh.
LS.
And now I type cat class exact or what?
No, yep. No, so now you type something like this. Look, are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, but you pass quickly. You pass
Yeah,
fast.
this is what you're typing. Cat.
Oh. Yeah, cat class testing VI text.
Just type class. You hit tab key. It should write it for you.
Okay.
Then they put greater than sign. VI underscore your name.
Okay.
You should have a file with your name. Then now, guys, we're going to do VI into the file we just made. So I do VI space VI underscore show. Everybody do that, and we're going to go into our files, and we're going to play with it, and that'll be like the end of our VI. Everybody do that and hit enter for me. Once you do that, hit enter. You should be on line number 1. Your cursor should be on 1. Then, while you're here, it's now that we're going to practice all the commands that we just studied in VI. Hey, Zeus, did you ever find out any thing that I can use to write that will replace this thing?
Mister.
That works with Google. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
After to type the cat class testing something, nothing come. I just my name.
Yes, of course, nothing will come.
Oh, just
then type VI space VI underscore your name. Then it should be where we are. Guys, if you're here with me, I should get, let me get a big pen somewhere and I write the commands I want us to type. I want us to practice. And I write them down again. Yeah. So the first command that I want us to talk about will be the A command. What does A do? Everybody, if you're with me on the screen, we're going to practice. Let me see which of them is better. I don't confuse the hair out of everybody. No.
Excuse me, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the same in my my screen. I don't have the same.
Are you in VI? Are you in VI? You're not here with me.
I'm in VI, but I have just the text. The text I wrote.
Yeah, because you know. Okay. Do very quickly, guys. If you're not in VI, everybody, let me repeat the process to get into. I mean, in this document that I gave. So, guys, ready? I want you to do this. Colon Q. You quit that, please. You did that already? Colon Q. Did you type colon Q, ma'am? Hello, I'm helping somebody. You cannot.
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes, then respond. Otherwise, we're wasting everybody's time. Colon Q. You exit. Are you here with me? Do you know colon?
Yes, yes, I am.
Then I want you to type this. Type cat. C-A-T space. Class. Then you hit the tab key on your keyboard. Then you put greater than sign. I type VI underscore your name. Remember, underscore your name. When you do that, let me know.
Okay, yes, I did it.
Then hit enter.
Okay.
Then type VI space VI underscore your name again, like you just typed it.
Okay.
And you hit enter. You should be here with us. Okay, so guys, we are all here together. The first command that I want us to practice would be I for input. Everybody hit I on your keyboard. If you hit I, you should see insert at the bottom of your screen. Are we there? You should see insert down here. See insert.
Not yet. When I hit my eye, it's typing I where the cursor is.
Yeah, because you're hitting it the second time. But hit escape, please. If you hit escape, then hit I, you should see insert. I want you to watch my screen. If you're not seeing my screen, then you are delaying the class because I'm repeating things that you're not seeing. I insert. So once you're there, it means you can type. I want everybody to hit enter. Enter, enter, enter like 5 times. Then you use your cursor to go back up. And you go back to the beginning of the thing. And then you type something, guys. Let's type something. This is VI in practice. Then hit escape, guys. Once you hit escape, you come out of the insert or input mode. You cannot type anymore. Then I want you guys, how do we delete a line in VI? Who remembers? Oh, we did not see that one. Hey guys, you delete a line like this. Just 1 second. You delete a line by typing DD. That's actually my number 12 when I do this. So everybody type DD. So DD would delete 1 line. Everybody, if you type DD, for example, if you type DD, you delete the line that you just typed, DD. Okay, so that's it for that little practice. You delete a line by typing DD. Now, how do we undo? Can anybody remember? We did not even see that one on that my list of things. You. Everybody type U. Type U until your thing comes back to the top. Type U many times. You get back to the top. Then, let me see the next command I want us to practice. The next one is to go down to the bottom of the page. Going down to the bottom of the page is G, caps G. So, everybody, we're going to type.
After typing what you typed, and what did we do next? Because
type U, type escape, and you type U many times.
Gotcha.
Then we want to go to the bottom of the screen. So we're going to type caps G. Everybody type capital G. So shift G, right? It takes you to line number 160. Takes you to bottom of screen, or bottom of, it takes you to the, no, I would say it takes you to the last line. So when you type that caps G, to bottom at last line, I'll say this, to bottom at the last line. You go to the last line at the bottom of the document. So with that, everybody should be on line number 160. If you want to go to line number 1, guys, I want everybody to type 1 and caps G. Take it to the top of the line. So you type like, what is that? Yep, number 1. In other words, guys, if
The
you
last
type,
line is 160, is exact?
no.
No? Select from debtors.
If you type caps G, that takes you to the first line.
Uh-oh. It showed me, I tapped a big J, big G, up G, and it showed me 160, select from debtors.
Yes, yes. It means you are at the last line. So if you want to go to the beginning of the document or first line, type 1 and caps G up to the first line.
I don't see the
first line I think I have 1 there. Hey guys, how would we go to line number 50?
Type 50 in G.
Yeah, everybody type 50 G.
50.
50, 50.
And big G?
Yes, type big G and 0, it should take, no. Big G, should take it to line number 50.
Okay, 50 big G, okay.
Yes, it takes to line number 50. It's a document that I've created with a number of lines so we can see stuff in it. So that's how you go from, you go
where
to
I tap that I tap that in the
Just type it. It's not going
keyboard.
to show anything on the screen. But
yeah, it will not show you anything when you type.
Yeah, but I tap that, but it don't show me. It don't moving. The
hit escape, and type 50G.
Oh, escape before. Okay.
No.
So
You type escape just so that, just in case if you've typed something, it's in memory, it will disappear. You don't have to type escape to do this. Anyway, hey guys, now let's do another command. The other command I want us to do is
okay.
Let me see. I want us to go to the last line, repeat search. I want us to look for something. No, I want everybody to use their arrows. Guys, use your arrows. You can move left and right, up and down. You can see what your arrows do, okay? So if you don't know VI enough, you can use your arrows, but your arrows cannot take you too far if you're using a document with thousands of lines, okay? So left, right, up arrow, they can take you to different places. Now, I want us to do, to search for a word. Want to look for the word. Let's look for the word constraint. No, let's look for the word number. Number. You look for the word like this. To look for a word, the command is, let me write here. You put / string, the number, whatever you want to search. So I'll put /. You see my cursor goes to the bottom, guys. Go down to the bottom. Then I'll put number. I mean, I want to look for the word number. And if I hit enter, it takes me to a number. Takes me to a number. That's how you search for something.
For search for something is the slash.
Yes, slash, I type something that you are looking for.
Just slash and the something I search.
Yes.
Okay.
For us now, we're trying number.
Number, okay.
Then now, after you search, right, you see the first one, like mine is line number 63 or something. Hit N. If you hit N on your keyboard, just keep hitting N. It will keep jumping to every place where you have the thing that you're looking for. Everybody just type N. You see, it takes you everywhere where you have the word number. Okay? And if you want to search backwards, I think it is, what is it? What's searching backwards?
N.
Hold on. Forget, right? I don't use that one too much myself.
Capital N.
Yes, capital, yeah, I think it should be caps N. Where were you search? Da-da-ding. Yes, no, yes, capital N, you're right. That it searches backwards, okay? Then, let's see another thing that I want us to practice. You don't have to know all of the VI, guy, you just have to know a little bit of it. You have to know this W, WQ, ZZ, QBAN, those are the important things. Now, let's do one more thing. Let's search for, everybody, let's search for the word Cameroon inside this thing. I think it's in caps. Cameroon. If you search it, it's with double O. Yep, I think it's, okay, it's in there twice. Yep, you have it in there twice. So you can repeat your N, you notice that it shows you Cameroon.
Professor.
Yes.
How come my words aren't highlighted like yours?
But does your cursor go there?
My cursor goes there, but it's not highlighted like yours.
Ah, you know what? It's probably the terminal that you're using. Let me see.
Shell.
Yes, it probably has to do with your terminal. Let me see. Just one second.
Ain't paying attention.
Let me see here.
To search something, you say slash. Why for you is the interrogation mark?
Oh, it's when I hit N. When you hit, after you hit the slash, type Cameroon. If you hit enter, you go to Cameroon. If you hit N again, it will ask you if you want to look for Cameroon again. I think that's why it has
Cameroon in the capital letter.
Yes, it's all in caps.
Okay. I do something wrong.
Right thing.
Come on. How do I do this smaller? Okay, let me try that same thing you're talking about here. VI, that's something.
Okay.
Oops, somebody has my file open. People. Anyway, Yes, that color is determined by the terminal on which you're connected, I think. Okay, hey guys, so, but that's how you search in VI. So the next thing that I want us to do is, let's do this. Let's go delete line number 50. Everybody go to line number 50 and delete line number 50. How do you do that? So you do caps G, you take line of, no, you do NG. I said line number 50, right?
N-O-M.
Oops, N.
M.
No, excuse me.
It's 50 G.
Excuse me. 50 caps G. You take me to line number 50. Everybody, let's delete line number 50. How do you delete a line?
Undo.
DD.
I'm gonna hit enter.
Somebody type DD on line number 50. If you do that, you delete line number 50. DD.
I go to the N before to.
No, you type 50 and caps G.
Tab G.
As you say.
Tab G.
Yep, that will take you to line number 50. Then when you get there, type DD and you delete line number 50. That line is deleted.
What? 50. What?
Line number 50 deletion. Now you want to bring the line back. I made a mistake. What do you do?
Oh.
You hit U, you bring line number 50 back. Now, another thing. I want to add a line under line number 50. The command is O. Type O and you see. It will open a line under line number 50. Then you can type something. This is a test.
You don't show. You keep the 50.
Yeah, you're on number 50.
Take off.
Hit O. If you hit O, it will take you. You will open a line under line number 50.
No, it open the line enter between 54, 55.
Okay, that's fine. That's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, once you hit O, it opens a line. But often put a line below where you are. So guys, with that, there goes our practice for VI. It is just a tiny little editor, but you love it only when you use it over and over and over and over, and then you find that it is good. And you go to an interview, they ask you if you know VI. If you use VI, you better say yes. Now I know what VI is. So with that, guys, everybody hit escape. Undo, 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 undo until everything is gone. You then do colon Q and see if you can exit. And we stop VI. It is 1.5 hours. Our VI lesson is done. And I'll send you guys some stuff for VI to look at. Yes, we're done with VI. That's all you need to know for VI, frankly speaking.
Yeah, to return, you say to return, you go to quit.
Do escape.
Q.
Don't do escape Q.
Just escape Q.
Yes, means you quit.
Okay. Escape Q.
And
enter. No. Don't show.
Okay, if it doesn't go, do Q bang.
Escape.
Q bang. Q exclamation sign. Q. And with that, I would say we're done with that little face.
Escape.
And let me see here. Can I take that screen? Ding, 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 ding. Escape colon Q bang. That will take you out. Just no doubt, it should. And
anything. Escape.
I would dump that in that classroom.
I've done all of that, but I'm still in the VI screen.
Do escape colon Q bang. Means you want to save without, you want to quit without saving anything. That's what that does for you.
colon Q. It's not doing anything.
That does nothing for you?
No.
Okay, do escape
Yes.
colon. You know, except you don't know what colon is, except your colon is failing you.
Escape colon Q bang. It's writing all of that at the lowest point of the screen.
Yes, that's where you should write.
And you tap enter and it's
And
good.
you hit enter, and you should exit without saving. That's the purpose of that. So we've done that. Then, Jesus, you finish, do them a little thing. But, okay, now, so guys, let's turn back to databases right now. We're going to do some work in databases. Then we're going to do our little Kahoot thing. And just a second, I got to open this thing all over. Go to just a second. Let me get the notes I need. And we go do a little bit of Oracle, and then we go play with our databases. Then and our next class Wednesday will be nothing but cloud, because that one will not require too much connection, so we wouldn't spend a lot of time doing what we are doing now.
The escape colon Q bang didn't work for me, but exit worked for those who is not work word. If you type exit, it went.
Oh, exit, the word exit?
Yes, exit. I just typed exit and hit enter and it cleared everything.
Are you still in, are you still in the screen here? Are you still on Bitech student?
Yes, I'm on Bitech student now.
Okay, all right, then you're fine then. So, yeah, I like people try stuff like that. Just a second, let me go to May 9th class. And now I need SQL intro. So we're going to study a little bit of database. There are many types of databases, as we saw, but for database engines in the world, the biggest one is Oracle, and the next big one to that is Microsoft SQL Server, then Postgres, and the rest. So we would be looking at Oracle, which is the king of the databases. So that will be the one we are going to spend some time to look at and see how it operates. So guys, we're going to start with this thing. I know you all saw this word yesterday, SQL. And if you have your pen, you're taking some notes, which you should be doing now. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. At least everybody, you finish this class, you should be able to tell somebody that, yeah, SQL is Structured Query Language. And what is that in reality? In a short summary, it is simply a language understood by all. A language understood by all database As a matter of fact, let me do this. Understood by all relational databases. Like, then we give some, like Oracle, comma, oops, let me get that pen bigger so you can see. Like Oracle, Microsoft, MS stands for Microsoft. What is running out of power around here? Nothing should be running out of power. By Microsoft SQL Trust. Oops. SQL Server, comma. There's a database called PostgreSQL. Yep, let's just leave that 3. Or, no, a popular one called MySQL. So all those databases understand SQL. So SQL is like a general language that all those databases would understand. Okay? So, again, yes. So for those who just joined the class, it is Cho is me, Mazula is my partner here, my son. We are the one handling this class.
Prof, sorry, I couldn't see something.
And a bunch of people online to helping. So
I couldn't see the spelling. Is that Microsoft Server or Microsoft Server or something?
Thank you. Hold on, let me fix this. And I fix this, everybody should correct it. I'm glad you brought me back there. Microsoft
Server.
No, add this word there. SQL Server. They have the word SQL in front of it. So
okay,
like that. Everybody should add the word SQL. Microsoft
Server.
SQL. They call it Microsoft SQL Server.
Okay.
And again, while you are here, SQL. So you don't go somewhere, you pronounce it bad, and they laugh at you. It's pronounced like this. Pronounced sequel.
Okay.
That's how to pronounce it, sequel or sequel. We call it SQL or sequel, okay? That's how it's pronounced.
Sequel.
Sequel. All right. So let's go. We're going to have a little bit of introduction, and because it's a language, it has some commands. You know, like English has commands: sit, stand, walk, move, lie. So this thing too has commands. We're going to check those out. And structured, remember, SQL means structured query language. Means it deals only with structured databases. And by the way, for anybody who's getting into IT for the first time or even living in the world, who knows what ANSI stands for? Who knows what that word stands for? In regular living in the world. Anybody online knows what that word stands for? It's a word that you see in a lot of places. Anybody online knows what NC stands for? That word stands for, since you're all here, guys, it's good to write it down so you don't go somewhere and you hear that word and it sounds. You actually go somewhere and you get blown away by that word. It stands for American. American National. Oops, excuse me, guys. Let me get something here. 1 second.
I think it's Standard Institute.
Yes, American National Standards Institute. Okay, American National Standard. And Institute. This is the institute, guys. What is it? What it could, if you are doubting what it is the institute that sets standards for almost everything in the US and consequently the world, whether I like it or not. They determine the height of a chair, the height of a reading desk, and the height of a dining table, the width of a refrigerator, the width of a bathroom door, and the width of a kitchen door. They're all different. The height of your bed on which you sleep for it to be comfortable. And they also even decide things about IT. So SQL is approved by this American National Standard Institute, okay? And they say it is a standard language for the definition, if you're following me here. It's a standard language for the definition and manipulation of relational database. It includes data definition language, and that data definition language is called, the acronym is DDL, okay? So DDL. Then, and what are DDLs used for? We use these statements to specify and modify database schemas. We're going to see what a schema is very shortly. And it includes DML. There's something to call DML, which stands for data manipulation language. And those statements are used to manipulate database content. We're going to play with some of those today. Then, some facts about SQL, guys. When you hear SQL, don't even be scared. It is simple. Just like VI is simpler than you saw it because you saw it for the first time. So SQL, guys, they say the SQL data is case sensitive. SQL commands, but the SQL commands are not case sensitive, okay? First version was developed by IBM, by Donald D. Chamberlain, and who cares? Developed using Dr. E.F. Scott's upper paper, don't worry about that. SQL queries include references to there's something called tuples. We saw that word yesterday. And whenever I hear that word tuple, that stands for a row or record. What is a record, guys? A record or a row is simply something like your first name, last name, date of birth, middle initial. If they put that all in one line, that is one record or one tuple or one row, okay? That's all you need to remember there, but basic database concepts. So guys, if you want to do database, you have to have some concepts about the database, very basic ones. The first one is, what is data? What is information? We actually saw this yesterday. What is a field? What is a record? Since we talked about records just now, a record, guys, is nothing but a collection of fields called a record. A record can have fields of different data types. Don't worry about that. Then, what is a field? A set of characters that represents specific data elements. The intersection, but I like this one, intersection of a column and row, and a row, excuse me. Then, what is data, guys? Raw facts and figures, which are useful to an organization, are called data. We cannot take decisions on the basis of data. But guys, raw facts kept for a company is their data. But before we move on, let me just draw this. For example, in class, guys, we're gonna create a class database. And in that our class database, for example, let's call that a table. We're gonna create a table. And that table will have something like, let me make that bigger. We're gonna have something like student ID. Every student must have an ID. And we're gonna have last name, last underscore name. Then we're gonna have first underscore name. Then we're gonna have email address. Let's say email. Then when we have that, then we're gonna take, let me see my people who are online. Then we're gonna take, for example, we're gonna say Ellis. We're gonna give student number 2005, student number 200531. Their last name would be Akufo. Oops, what is that telling me? Akufo. Yep, Akufo. And their first name will be Ellis. And their email will be aellis@gmail.com. Then we're going to have student number 202532. For example, just a second, guys. I need to, that iPad is dying. I need to put in some juice. Okay. Then we're going to have student number, oops, I wrote that wrong, 532. And that one we're going to have, say their last name is Nana. And their first name is, say, Judith. And their email, let's say we'll call their email nana21@gmail.com. Now, let me ask you guys, if this was a real table, a record for our class database, and of course, we're going to keep adding down. How many records do I have here? Anyone?
2. 4.
Yes, we got just 2 records. We got just 2 records. You have record number 1 and record number 2. How many columns do we have?
4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
Thank you. So we have 2 records, 4 columns. I want to write that somewhere. So we have that, and that. All of these are columns. And this here are records. And guys, records also known as rows, also known as tuples. Okay? Then this is a field. One of this intersection, that is a field. You see? So that's a field. Even this one. So those are fields. That is, and this entire thing is called a table. So we call this a table. And the table must have a name. So I could call this the student table. We're going to create one very shortly. Okay, very shortly we're going to create one. That's all about a database. No matter what kind of database, you're going to have something like this. This could be your grocery list with items on it and prices. But that is a database. So once you understand that, you are living in a modern world and you can use a database. So guys, basic terms. What is a database? Very simple. A collection of logically related data along with its description is termed a database. And what's a tuple? A tuple is nothing but a row. And what's an attribute? An attribute is a column. Interesting. A column in a relation is called an attribute. It is also termed a field or data item. Field or data item. So going back here, where I wrote columns, we could also write this. Just 1 second. Let me make that bigger so I can scribble something here. I'm going to give you guys this. So that's why I'm writing on this thing. Oops. Why is it not writing? Just 1 second. Let me get back. Oops. Let me zoom in, please. Okay, well, that's why. So guys, so this AKA attributes. So a column can also be called an attribute. Let's see the next thing. What's a degree? Number of attributes in a relationship is called a degree in a relation. Then there's something called cardinality. For those who would end up doing databases, you get deeper into this. Number of tuples. So guys, cardinality is nothing but number of rows in a table. Let me see what else. Another concept to learn. There's something called a primary key. What's a primary key in a database? Every single database will have primary keys. A primary key, we are told here, is a key that can uniquely identify a record or table of tables in a relation. Records or tuples in a table, in other words. This key can never be duplicated. Hear that? Once you have a primary key, it cannot be duplicated and it cannot be kept null, means without a value. Foreign key. There is something called a foreign key. Which is that one? A key, in other words, guys, let me simplify this. When you hear the word key here, that means a column. So this here, that's a column. That means a column. We could call it a foreign column. But they call it a foreign key. So what is a foreign key in a database? A key that is defined as a primary key in some other relation. And I hate them using the word relation. So instead of using the word relation here, you could say in some other table. I'll write that on top of this. This key is used to enforce something they call referential integrity, or in a relational database management system. Then there's something called candidate key. That one is not too important. Set of all attributes which can serve as a primary key. Then alternate key, all the candidate keys. Don't worry about that. I won't highlight that. You don't have to ache your head with that. Then, who is a DBA? DBA, the full meaning is database administrator. And in the world of today, just changing. Now, the DBAs, guys, the big thing now is they call them the cloud DBAs. Since everybody's going to the cloud, they have to come up with a brand new word. or a brand new prefix to that. So database administrator is a person or manager that is responsible for defining the database schema, setting security features, and ensuring proper functioning of the database. That should be one word, not two words, of the database. So this should just be full word, database. My mistake there. Okay, so the DBA, their job, guys, they are like the manager in the database. They're in charge of the schema. The schema is just the user. We're going to see that very soon. And they're in charge of securing the database and they make sure it functions properly. The DBA is in charge of the company's data. The most important person for a company, every big company, the most important person in that IT department is their DBA, the database person who's taking care of that database. Then, for us to keep data in a database, we'd run through some few things. Data types. A database will be no good if they don't define the data types. Okay, what is data type? Guys, just as if you just they categorize people male, female, right? In data, there's also types of data, even though it's not male, female. But for example, guys, numbers are different from characters. That's a typical data type. Without you knowing what is a number, what is a character, what is a date, what is a variable character. So we need to know these different types of data to be able to handle a database. As a DBA, you know the different types of data, but which is a simple concept that anybody can understand. But it's best explained with examples. So let's swing over and see. My iPad here is kind of misbehaving. Come on. Just 1 second. Let me see. Data types. I'll just look at 1 or 2 data types. Then we'll swing to go create our database in class. Once you understand data types, the rest is easy. Number, guys. Numbers used to store numeric values in a field or column. That's it. And numbers are defined something like that. Number ND, where N is the number of digits and D is the number of digits to the right of the decimal. What we used to call number of decimal places, that would be your D. But we're going to see this shortly. So I wouldn't bore you guys on data types until if you start to do databases, then we can talk about that. Character, guys, is like A, B, C. Those are characters. Okay, and the character and the char data type store character data type in a column. Very simple. And it's named just like that. For example, if they give you a name, they'll say char, means it should be a character. In this case, it'll be characters, 25 characters long. Let me swing very fast. Variable character, guys, is simply data of variable length. I won't spend too much time on this because at your level, you don't need this now. You just need to see what a table looks like. Let me just swing over to that. Tables. There's no point talking about this again. We drew a sample table there, guys. We saw what a tuple was. A tuple is a record and it's a row. Okay? And a table is nothing, table is made up of tables of rows. So that is ABC. Tables explain. What is a schema? We saw the word schema many, many times. This is the only one I may want somebody to pay attention to. The schema of a table is the table name and its attributes. As we saw, attributes are columns. Very simple. Nothing really important here. Let's swing. I want to take us to go do our table. Then we could come back to this some other time. Let's go see how you create a table. There's no point even going through all that definition. We are going to go straight to right here. Good. Creating a class schema. We need to create a schema for the class that we are attending now. And to do that, I would be starting by logging into the database, as you all saw, and I'll create a user. In this case, for our class, we'll call our user a very short name, BT, for Bitech, BT. When we create that user, then everybody's going to log in as that user, and then we'll create a few things. We'll play with a few things inside that database. And as the DBA, I'll act as your DBA. You guys will be the users. I'm going to log in, and I'll create the user. And the syntax to create a user in the database is so simple. It is this line, this one line here. Create user, BT, identified by. You give BT's password. So in this case, this is the password. Oops. Just a second. That's too big. Okay, so we have a password at the end. Whenever I see the word identified, whatever comes after is going to be the password of that user. That's why you guys were connecting with that user, BT, okay? Because I created the user like that. Then we'll give the user some permissions. We'll grant some permissions to the user. Grant resource, create session, create, connect, create public synonym, create view to BT. So we're going to do all of that. I will create the user. You guys don't have to worry about that. Then we're going to log in as that user, and we'll start to play with a database in class. And what are we going to do? Let me see. This is the student table that we're going to use. Once you understand this one table, all other tables in a database are the same. All databases. So guys, to create a table, just watch. I'll just explain a few things here on the syntax. Let me tell you guys, being that DBA that I saw there, most of the time is copy and paste. Because you don't have to go formulate this out of your mind. They have been made already. You know what the syntax is, you can copy it and change it. Like in this case, create table. And my table is going to be called student. So we're going to create a table called student. And then after I create a table called student, or rather, let me explain the syntax before I finish. So create table student, the first column in the table will be the student ID. And the student ID will be a number. And that number, if you see here, the number would be 7 characters, 7 numbers long, and 0 decimal. So this one here shows that there will be no decimal. No decimal place. If you remember what a decimal is from elementary school. Okay? And then I have some other line here that I added behind, generated by default. So that student ID, you are not going to give it. It will be generated by default or nulls, and it's going to start with this number. So our student ID will start with number 200,531. I think what we actually meant was 2020-05, and the student numbers actually start from 31. We're going to play with that soon. Then after that, guys, we're going to create, we're going to put an email. Every student must put their email, your email address, and your email address is not a number. An email address is not numbers. but it may contain numbers. So we're going to use variable. Guys, watch that. Variable characters. At the end here is characters. Variable character 2. And your email can be as long as 30 bytes, 30 characters, in other words. Not more than 30, just 30 characters. And we'll give it a constraint. That means a condition, guys. And that condition is no two people can have the same email. So it will be unique. So the email address will be unique. Your email belongs only to you. Nobody can enter your email. Then after that, the rest of the columns, guys, everybody's going to give their last name, their first name, gender. We can go down to cell phone and that. Start date of the class. But what start date of the class? Start date of the class is default. So you don't have to give it. The database would automatically make your start date, what is that? 09, let me see, DD. 09/05/2020. That is day, month, year. So 09 means the 9th, that's when we started our class. And May, which is the month. In other words, guys, gonna go like that. This, but don't even bother. You don't have to enter that. So with that, let me see what else. Okay, I'm gonna insert some numbers. I'm gonna insert a sample information here. Then we're gonna see that. And then after that, let me see what I'm gonna do next. After that, we're gonna create a class table. So we're dealing with two tables. Let me see what time it is. We're gonna deal with two tables for this practice today. Our second table would be a class table. And there we have the class ID. And the class ID is by default 2020 summer. And then student ID, we're going to get the student. Each student will have their ID. You'll find your ID yourself. And then you give us your course of interest. What course do you want to do? We want to pick some courses. Then start date. Maybe date the class will start. Who knows? Then after that, guys, we'll give it some constraints. I want you guys to watch this one. Alter table, class, add constraint, check. So we're going to give it a check constraint. There's something called a check constraint. What is that? Check. And it will be on that column called cost of interest. And in there, the constraint, guys, would be Cloud DBA, AWS networking, OCI, which stands for Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. That means you cannot enter any value other than these ones for the cost of interest. And that's why they make it a constraint, guys, a control, so they cannot enter anything other than that. But with that, we're going to swing over. Let me swing over, do this, then I'll give you guys some information. You put it down. So Zeus, you do some Kahoot, right? Yeah. Okay. And just very fast, I am gonna do, let me get rid of that. Just a second here, I need to, okay. Let me open that document on my site so that I can copy and paste from it. There's no point typing when you can copy and paste. Let me tell you guys, in IT, especially on the database side, one of the things that you should have against your name and you can do as fast as possible is to copy and paste. Because most of the things that you shall be doing have already been done, but you have to be able to copy them and paste them. If you cannot copy and paste, then you are in trouble. So let me swing to to the point where we're going to create the user. So you guys are going to see, I'm going to start right there, go back here, make that a little bit bigger. Let me get my mouse correctly. So guys, number one, in a database, there's a user called system. System is one of the most powerful users of the database. So I would connect as the users. No, I should not do that. I'll connect as the user system. So I'll type SQL plus. SQL plus, guys, is the program that you use to connect into a database, into an Oracle database. So I type system, hit enter. Bitech student. No, we have to switch. Bitech student doesn't have privilege to create anything here. So I'm going to type SU minus DBA, hit enter, password, Oracle 11. I want everybody to do that on their machine. Guys, everybody should log in, switch user to become the user called DBA. And while you do that, I will drop and create the user very quickly because I know we need that user. That is a job just for me, not you guys.
Do we add the system?
No, no, don't do that. That part is just for me. Then, after you've done that, hey guys, right now I've created a brand new user called, I call that user BT. We'll have a user called BT. So now I and everybody is going to connect as BT. Everybody is going to type SQL plus BT/BT. There's no point for me pasting that in the group. So if you do that, you are connected as a user now called BT. But because you guys don't have this script, I'm going to create the table for us. I'll create a table called BT, student. Boom, table is created.
Command not found.
Did you do SU?
No, I do the SU DBA password and it changed my name. And now
now you should, yeah, now you should be like this, DBA @. Are you like that?
What? Yes, I have that. Yes.
Okay, if you are like that, then type this.
I type this, but
no, you did not type it correct.
Not found.
It cannot tell you that. You must
Please?
type all lowercase.
Yeah, all lowercase.
Let me paste that in the group. Paste that in the
Comment
WhatsApp
not
group.
found.
No, it can't say that.
I need to add the arrow plus C.
You must do that command and it should log you in. Who else has trouble logging in?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody? Copy that in the group and paste it.
What's the name again, please? SU
space.
I know that. It doesn't show anything.
Minus space.
It shows
DBA. If you don't put the space, it's not going to work. If you don't put the minus, rather.
Okay, so minus and space.
Space before minus.
SU space. Maybe I should type it in the group.
No, I do that. I do the
SU space.
It go, it work. But now
like that. And the password is Oracle 1. Oops, not that.
Oracle 11, the password.
Yes. Yeah, now you should log in. Okay, are we in, everybody? Yes.
Not yet.
No.
If you're not in, then you have trouble copying and pasting. Then we're moving to the next thing. We don't have time now to wait for. Okay. Then on the next step, what I'm going to do is I am going to insert some data in that table. I'm going to do some insert. Yes, you guys cannot do the insert. And I'll do commit. Commit in Oracle means save. Then now I've done that, and I'll put the statement. I want, how many people connected?
The SQL don't work for me. Command not found.
I have help for more information.
Okay.
I'm saying what to, I'm not logged in yet. It's giving me help for more information.
Where? At what point? What did you type to get that?
SU space minus DBA in caps, then enter.
It should ask you for password.
It's not asking for password yet.
Why that is not working?
Hmm?
When you add the minus, it's not working.
Nope, you must add the minus. You don't add the
tried
minus.
that.
It's not
minus. If you write the minus, it don't work. But if you don't write the minus, is work.
Okay.
Okay. Connect then. As long as I want you, all I need is that you connect to my database when you get in. Okay. So guys, if any person who's here, if we do select, you're gonna see 2 students name, and I put that statement. Everyone should be able to copy from the group. If not, then I don't even know
you
how
go fast
to help here.
Prof, I am a SQL, but I don't see what you have on your screen.
Yes, it's the same for me. Command not found.
Are you in SQL Plus?
Yes, I am already in SQL Plus.
Then look in the group and you copy and paste what I just put in the group. I put a statement. I did this statement, and I want you to look at it in the group, and then I explain the statement for everybody.
Oh, okay. You want me to select that?
Josh, you hot?
No. I did it yesterday.
Stuffy. Not hot, but stuffy.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm logged into DBA. The next thing I should type is the SQL.
Yep. It's in the group. Copy and paste.
Okay.
That's why I wanted everybody to have WhatsApp on their desktop or on their laptop. Copy and paste it. Now, guys,
I'm trying to look for it.
If you do that, you're going to see the name. And then what I'm going to do next, I'm going to go create the table called class. I'll create the tables and then we'll play with them all together at the same time.
Yeah, I don't see it on the group.
Come, I have a select statement on the group, except I'm in the wrong group. Oh, hold on. Maybe, well, actually have it in the wrong group. You're right. Just hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Yes. Pasted in the wrong group. Just 1 second.
Don't me out.
1 second. Let me do forward. We forwarded it out of this group.
Just stay out.
Do that one. Forward. Okay, it's in the group now.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I should put it somewhere else. So guys, everybody log in, run this, tell me if you see this. If you don't see this, you let me know. Then let me see what else I need. What else I need to do for you guys. What is that? I see no matching. 31.
Copy and paste, command not found.
Did you paste in SQL Plus? Remember there's SQL Plus.
Not all students belong to that group. I haven't received it.
Then you are very, very new.
No, I've been here for this is my 3rd class.
Then why didn't you join the group?
I belong to a group, but I don't receive it.
Are you in the group that says enter free class?
Yeah.
That's why I just pasted it. Yeah, check again just now. Oops. What did I just do wrong?
I'm still in the DBA, so when I copied and paste the SQL plus BT / BT command not found, it says command not found.
That's why I hate it. Yeah. I mean, wait. Okay. What? Wait a minute. Oh, we have only one primary key. And what about that one? Oh, already used. Cool.
Gosh.
Who is in there and still having some trouble? Oops.
Yeah, I'm here, but I do have only the student ID first name, Joanna Mazula. I don't have.
Oh, you have, okay, at least you got something.
Prof, please, which one comes first, the SQL plus or the select student ID?
SQL Plus. You have to log in first, then you do that.
It's not even asking for the password. It keeps giving me command not found.
Put semicolon, hit enter, let's see.
Where is the select ID? What group did you write it, Prof?
No, we did not do that yet.
Semicolon enter. Syntax error near unexpected token.
Yeah, just, okay. Let me try this and see. That might set works.
You have to make sure you write SU minus space DBA. If you don't put the space after DBA, it's not going to work after.
I'm already in the DBA. DBA at L49 Bitech student.
Okay, yep, then type that SQL plus space BT / BT.
Yes.
That should lock you in. Okay,
That's
so guys.
It's giving me command not found.
It says command not found?
Yes.
That's why you need to make sure you type SU minus space DBA.
It's already in DBA.
I'm already in DBA.
Me too, I have the same problem. He said command not found.
Are you inside SQL Plus?
Yes, sir.
If you're in SQL Plus, copy and let me see. SQL Plus BT. You are still
I'm in DBA.
No, you are still hold on. Something not right for you. Listen.
Same with me. Something
You are
keep typing SU.
looking at your command prompt. Look at my command prompt. Yours is different. It's because you did not use the minus. So you are still a Bitech student somehow. So I wanted to type exit. I mean, for this person here. Let me reply so you see. So I wanted to type exit. They type SU minus DBA. Do that. If you are still seeing Bitech student, then you did not do it correctly. You did not switch user correctly. Okay? Number one, switch user correctly. If you don't, then you would not be able to run SQL Plus.
Sir, can you paste again? I joined the group, please.
Huh?
Can you paste the text?
Sir, that's a problem that I have.
I joined the group.
Okay.
Prof, when I type SU minus DBA, it keeps giving me the help for more information. But when I type without the minus, it goes on, asks for the password, and I'll enter the
Then
password.
you're typing a wrong minus.
It's SU minus space. You have to put space, then you type DBA.
Listen, you must do.
SU space.
Listen, I just put it in the group again.
DBA.
It must be SU space minus space DBA in caps. If you don't do that right, you don't have the right profile, so you cannot run SQL. Hey guys, I'm going to log in as what is that user called? BT. Yes. Then guys, everybody should run for me that select statement and tell me if you see two names. Everybody should see two names.
I just see the system. I saw the system. 12 Oracle database. 12C Enterprise Edition release.
Run the select statement that I put in the group, that I have in the group.
Okay, which group are you talking about, Prof?
This class group, the group for this class.
I just saw it.
So if you run that, you should see two names. Then I'm going to give you guys this. Everybody's going to add their name to that database.
I see it.
I'm in now.
Good. So now I'll give you guys the insert statement. So everybody will insert their own name in the class database. When I give it to you, everybody pay attention here on something. Let me explain some line here. I'm sending you a note, and it has two lines. You're going to see Awundaga, Mazula, and you're going to change. You're going to change every part that is there, that is not your own, to your own. And then you run it as insert, and it should insert your own information. Everybody do that for me. I just sent an insert statement. That's how you put your name in a database. Everybody can copy that. Guys, copy it, paste it in a notepad, then you edit it. Don't paste it in the thing right away. So copy it and put it inside this thing here, notepad. As a matter of fact, let me get Notepad++.
Yes, where's my own notepad deal? Prof, where's my own notepad? I'm just asking.
Go to start and you type notepad. Notepad.
My computer notepad. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Thank you.
And guys, it should look, everybody go put it there and then let's look at it together.
Okay.
Everybody in the class.
Okay.
You're going to change. I want everybody to watch how an insert works. Everybody should look at my screen first, please. Let's all look at my screen so that when you go back to do yours, it's easy. Everyone, insert into student. Last name, first name, city, state, email, cell phone, values. Where I go to values, I start to put the names.
Yes.
Don't take away the single quotes, please. Type your name, your city, your state, your email address, and your phone number in the single quotes. Everybody should copy that out, paste it, and then you do that. And commit means save. When you do it, you do commit. Then of course, after that, if you run that, our beautiful select statement, and I would like everybody to keep their insert statement so I can get that later. So if you do that, it should end with that select statement.
Mr. Excuse me to disturb you, but I don't. I'm not. I don't know where you are, and me. I think I do to SQL. Just
okay. So go to the group and you copy this thing. For now, this is what I want you to do. Go to the group. You copy a text like this one, and you put it out, and you edit it. You change the values to be your own values. Everybody do that for me.
Prof, I did it in the notepad. What do you want me to do now?
Copy it, go paste it inside the SQL Plus, where you're connected as a user BT.
Okay, so I insert it.
All the lines, including the commit.
Listen, this whole thing is supposed to be like one long line.
Okay.
Then of course, commit means save. When you put commit, then I can see it. If you don't put commit, I cannot see it.
Okay.
Then you do that, you do select student ID, and you see your student ID.
But the page where you are?
This is Notepad. Go to your thing here, and you type Notepad. It's going to come up. You see Notepad. You copy that thing, you go paste it, and you edit. So with that, guys, let me go to mine. I want to select and see who has their. Nobody has done the insert
In
yet.
the notepad, they have nothing.
Huh?
You have nothing in the notepad. I type notepad. Now I see file, edit, format, view.
Listen. Except you don't know what notepad is. Go to the start window and you type notepad. Go down here, type note. It should come up. Is this thing? Look at my screen, guys. There, if you look at my screen.
I type the notepad.
Do you see this thing? Look here. Do you see this?
No, I don't see that.
Okay. Go down here and type note.
Notepad. Oh yes, I.
Okay, I gotta send you some stuff to learn how to navigate through your computer. That's what you need. So now, guys, everybody do that and run that.
I type notepad and I open that. What is nothing? Show
of
me
course,
something.
there should be nothing inside. You have to put something inside.
I need to edit. I click in the edit and I write something.
No. You go to WhatsApp. You copy this thing inside WhatsApp.
Yes, and I write that. I edit in the notepad.
Yes, put in notepad, now you can edit it.
Okay.
So let me see who is the fastest person of everybody in this class today. Nobody, somebody is there inserted our own. Come on, guys. How would you insert? Change the name. Don't just. What language am I speaking? Okay. This might be too complex for you all.
From student.
If you cannot do edit, if you cannot edit a simple line, then I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Professor, could you go back to the command screen and show how you would insert it on there?
Just copy this thing like this, right? Copy the whole thing.
Right.
And you go to the command line and you right click. Right click.
What was that yesterday?
I cannot show you that here. If you right click, it's gonna paste.
Yeah, but my WhatsApp is in my phone and my computer.
Yeah, because you're not following what the instructions of the class right from the beginning.
Okay.
Right from day one, I said put WhatsApp on your.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Prof, please, I just inserted. Check.
Prof, can you see me?
The right thing.
Yeah, let me see who else
name,
did. Nobody has inserted anything.
I did insert.
No, your name. You don't have your name.
I have my name.
Professor, push in.
Myself.
You
Where did
must
you
do
insert it
commit.
at?
Okay.
Didn't I have commit on that thing? I think I had commit.
Yes, he does.
You have to commit, but somebody inserted with the wrong name.
So when we copy from the command line and right click, it inserts here. What else are we supposed to do for it to show to you that we inserted it?
I put that select statement
Go back
in
to
the
my
group too.
I've taken it to the notepad, I edited it, and then copy from notepad and I right click on the command line, it is inserted. And it's telling me insert to student,
Let me
and
do
I
this
have
again.
below it one row created.
Then did you type commit? Commit was there also. Did you do that one?
The commit
is there.
Okay,
It's
then if you do
below
that,
the commit
then
that I see one row created.
it is running this line that I just put in that group again now. I put it in the group now the second or the third time.
Yeah, but we put it. It says one row created.
One row created.
Then run the select statement that I just put.
Okay.
You see your information in a database by doing select. So if you run select, you're going to see something.
Oh, okay. You want us to run
okay,
select.
like I did this now. The only person who has done something is Roger. That's the only one. Roger has done something. The rest of you, you must do commit. If you don't do commit.
Okay, so after saying one row created, then we'll copy the select statement, please, and
there you do commit first.
Yeah,
right?
We did commit first.
Then copy the select statement and paste it. Then I will tell you, I will explain to you what that does.
Okay, I just put the select statement and it says error at line 1.
Because they did not copy it correctly, ma'am. Copy it again, please.
Okay.
Okay, I've put the select statement. That's Melvis. Please check.
Oh, okay. So now let me check your own and see, Melvis. It's not there. You must do the commit. And it should say one row inserted, then you do commit, right? If you don't do that, it's not going to show.
After one row created before.
After one row created?
Yes.
Are you looking at my screen or you're not looking at my screen?
I'm on your screen.
If you're not seeing my screen, it's really hard to work like that. Because I'm explaining, you're looking at your screen, but you're not seeing what I'm talking about. So you must do, listen, this is the statement I gave you. After the insert, you do commit. Then after commit, before you do select. Okay, if 4 people insert, then I would end. Guys, it is nothing but copy and paste, frankly speaking. Good. I see Siwe, David, a few people have done it.
I did it, I think.
Okay. Is your name here?
Yes, bro, my name is there. Now I can do it.
Okay.
Please, after pasting the select statement, how can I go back to?
Just paste select statement, hit enter. There you should see some names now, my dear.
No, I mean to go back to do the commit before doing the
No, you don't have to go back. Just type the word commit and put semicolon. Just copy and paste it, my dear.
Yes, I write the select statement, but it's saying error.
I didn't want you to write. I want you to copy and paste.
Yes, I just copied and pasted.
It cannot say error.
Okay.
It cannot.
Error
at wrong.
After you get the message, commit, complete, what do you do?
Run the select statement. Do you see a select statement?
Yes, I'm going to copy it now.
You copy it and paste.
Mine is not working. It's showing
showing what?
This in the that there's the unknown command beginning with values.
Yeah, because you deleted something that you're not supposed to.
No, I copied it from where you pasted it and put it on my notepad, Prof.
But I asked you to change only the names and never ever touch any single quote.
That's what I did.
Then it will not give you that, sir.
I mean,
because you've taken away some single quote. If you look at that thing.
I did it, but I don't see my name.
Did you do commit? You commit, then you do the select statement.
Enter.
Okay, then maybe we would show you.
Error at line 1.
Okay. I mean, that is.
I'm not getting anywhere with this thing.
Hello.
I have it on the screen. We are not.
Yep, if you are still Bitech student, then I don't even know I don't even know how to help you. Because we've talked about that switch user tired.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Okay, Prof, please, I want to cancel everything and start back from SQL Plus. How can I go back?
No, you're fine. You can stay there and you repeat the same because your name is not there yet, right?
Yes, that's why I want to repeat it.
Look at my screen first. Because if you don't look at my screen, you don't get what I'm saying.
Yes.
If you see my screen?
Yes.
Line number 2 here says values. You see that?
Yes.
The first thing here is Awundaga. Change Awundaga to your name.
I have changed everything.
And that one. And make sure you don't take away any single quote.
Yes.
Then after you do that, change the email to your email. Change the phone number to your phone number, right?
That.
Then you copy the 2 lines.
Oh, okay.
I've copied the 2 lines.
And
that's the first one that was error. I've copied the 2 lines and pasted
yes.
it in.
Then if you come here paste, it should tell you 1 row inserted. Does it say 1 row inserted?
No, it gives me error at line 1. From the beginning, it said 1 row inserted, but because I didn't do the commit thing.
No, then type the commit right now. Type the commit. Copy and paste commit.
No, at this level is
no.
line
Copy
1.
Listen, it doesn't matter. Just type the word commit.
Okay.
When you say that error, it's passed already. Type the word commit and semicolon. Nobody should be doing backspace. Backspace doesn't work in there.
Commit complete.
Good. Now run your select statement. Or if I run my select statement, now I see your name. What's your name? Melvis?
Melvis, yes.
Yes, it's there now. So all you were missing was commit.
Commit.
Yes. Miss the word commit. Guys, how easy is this that is just copy and pasting is trouble. And now, a lot of people don't even know how to take a screenshot of their machine. Incredible too, right? Let me see.
Prof.
Yes.
I just pasted commit on the thing after I pasted all the values.
There, your name is there. I can see some other person did insert again.
My name is not there.
Then, when you inserted, did it say 1 row inserted?
Do you want me to press enter after commit?
Of course.
Yeah, I do that.
How
He says
error.
error. He said
you don't hit enter.
Yes, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. When I did that, he gave me an error message.
Yep. It's even an error because you didn't type it correctly. Simple. Then you do it again. If you give an error message, just do it again and see. All you're typing is the word commit. And let me see how many people have done it. When 10 people do it, then I will stop. Then the rest of you, you really have to learn how to
I know how to do all this thing.
It's just copy and paste. That's troubling a lot of people. Copy and paste and edit. I just wanted to make this test to see how many of you are, number 1, can copy and paste.
I see myself and I've been doing this.
Prof, I don't think the main problem is even copy and paste, but we're mixing the position of the commands. Like some of us, we started by copying the whole sentence, including the commit and pasting.
It doesn't matter. Even if you copied all of it right, it will still work. You can copy all of this together.
I didn't make any mistake.
I can copy all of this together and I run it. It will still work.
And it
doesn't
says
matter.
That's
I
what I
run
did.
it. If I copy that whole thing and run it, it is going to work. No problem. Like for you, it's just that you did not do the commit.
Yeah, Prof.
Yes.
After pasting the after pasting, do you have to enter before pasting commit, or it has to be together?
It can be together, but they don't have to be in one line. It's different statements. They are separated with semicolon.
Okay. It says I'm being constrained by your email, by the BT email. That's what error message I'm getting.
Yes, because you're trying to enter the same email twice. That's okay. But look, what everybody hold their statement. I can truncate the table and you run your statement again. This is like ABC. I don't even know how. Okay, guys, everybody, I'm gonna give this. Yeah.
Sir, please take a minute. Come back. We're still on Bitech. If you can take a minute, like 2 minutes, come back and then bring us at this level. It's gonna be very good, please.
If you're on Bitech, now everybody should stop what they're doing and watch my screen. If you want to finish this before we end. If you're on Bitech, right here, are you here? Look at my screen, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Or if you're not here, I want everybody to watch. If you're not there, maybe you are here. Watch, let me make my screen bigger. If you were here, the first thing I wanted you to do was to do SU space minus space DBA. I will ask you for password. Password is Oracle 11, and you become that user. Then in here, you type SQL plus BT. That's it. Type this if that's your problem. If you're where I am.
Already there, SQL.
Yeah, just hang on SQL if you're at SQL. Okay. Did you get in already?
Yes, I'm in SQL.
No, I'm talking about this person who was behind.
Yes, sir.
If you're in here.
Oh, wait. Aye.
If you are in here, then I want you, number 1, 2. If you are
sir, please.
that,
a second, please.
Guys, I thought this was something we just change 1, 2, 3 things and you copy and paste. The thing is, I think a lot of you don't even know how to copy and paste. That's the problem. That is the problem. So we have to learn those basics. That's why we're doing this class, to learn those tiny little basics.
But, sir, copy and paste is CTRL C and CTRL V, no? Is that?
No, not on this. Not on this. It's
for the notepad.
Try
for
that.
The notepad.
Yes, in Notepad. Yes, in Notepad. You're right.
I do that, but now I want to. I copy. I lost my English. I copy the.
Please, where did you put the? Yeah, and paste select student. Prof.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you put the copy and paste again? Prof. Where in the group did you put it?
Scroll back. People are pasting things now. When I put it, it doesn't just sit there. So when I put something like that, you should copy it from there and keep it somewhere else.
Oh Lord Jesus, this is horrendous.
Okay. Let me just try this. I'll do a select statement C. Any person who has not done it, we would spend time later and do this. 9 people did it. Just one more person did it again. That's good. Okay, so let's move on to the next. Guys.
But
guys,
for me, it's a
let me see how many people are actually connected.
no command
Hold on.
beginning.
I want to see. Maybe I may even be waiting when it's just a few of you connected.
Don't change anything. You not move nada.
30 people connected. If 30 of you are connected, how come? Anyway, so somebody tell me now what is Mazula. Find out if you could have even one person. Let's see one person connect again, then we end it. Hey, for a day.
Oh. My machine number is 1232688.
You cannot give it like that. You think somebody just listen? You think people are just waiting for you and then you give it the jump in? Put it in the group so somebody can try.
1, 2, 3.
Put it in the group. Did I just say that?
Okay, sorry.
1, 2, 3 doesn't make any. Put it there, then somebody will look at it and come try to help. You cannot read like somebody just sitting here.
Just pasted it, right? Going to do commit.
Okay, so guys, here we go. Who else got connected? Who else did this select statement? One more person did. Make sure you save your statement, guys.
See?
Save that statement. Don't get rid of it. Because I would truncate this, I will do it all over because some of them are mixed up. Okay. Let me see. Okay, this is an exercise. I would like you guys, everybody's going to do this and you save your statement later.
SC command not properly ended.
Voilà, maintenant je suis dedans.
Yep, I see now yours is there.
I see my name now.
Yeah, your name is there.
Hey, can you?
Hello? And David Lazaro, why can't you put your name with so many spaces? Does that make sense?
Social distancing.
Let me fix this.
You did your insert. Your name is got too many spaces. So, guys, let me put that back in the group. And so, me actually put it here so you guys can finish this later. Edit the script.
So,
values.
So what is the username?
Username to where?
I just made it and then it's asking me a username, enter username.
oh, Lord, we have with.
What did you type? I don't know what you typed, sir.
I type SQL plus BT/BT C something C and then it says.
Listen, type SQL plus BT/BT. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Edit the script.
Oh, so where I am now, if I want to get off, I just press Control C.
Who's speaking?
Alex.
You type exit. Exit to come out of SQL Plus, you type exit.
Where's exit?
It's on your hands. You type exit.
Type the word exit.
Oh, okay. it's funny, right? Yeah. Oh man, it says.
yeah. Isn't it? Isn't that interesting?
Very, very interesting.
This one, I don't know how to get off on this one. I pressed that and then that brought me somewhere, error, invalid username, logon.
You should just type exit.
Just hit enter many times. Hit enter a couple of times. You should take
Oh, okay. So thank you. And then SQL. Okay, so just BT, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm inside now. SQL. Okay, what should I press now, sir? I'm inside SQL.
Now look at the group, copy the thing, edit your record, insert your own row. Okay, but anyway, that's what you do. I don't know how to describe this, but let me swing back over.
Please, just for 1 minute for me, sir. I won't disturb you no more, please. I just get in now. SQL.
Then, if you are into SQL.
Yes.
Did you edit your own record?
Not yet.
Okay, and then there's nothing you can do because you don't have anything to do. So just type, copy the select statement in the group and paste it. That should show you the name of everybody in the group. Now have 11 people.
What is that statement? This statement you just put in there?
Yes. Remember the first thing I said, everybody should have WhatsApp on their laptop.
Yeah, that's what I did, sir.
Okay. Who is that? Fonade, Fonade, type commit. Fonade, can you hear us?
Mr. Onanga, I don't, my SQL don't work in my, I do what you say, the copy in the notified and to do in the SQL. I don't have nothing to
Okay,
work.
don't worry about that. We'll deal with that later.
And I ask in the group WhatsApp, nothing, no, I don't,
Okay, don't worry. Listen, just leave that alone. That sounds too complex for you now.
No, I do the copy. I do one shot in the group WhatsApp to show where I am, and what I do, and I don't have the. Sorry.
Okay. So copy that thing that you put in the group and go paste it inside SQL Plus where you connected. All right. So, but everybody keep your statement. We're going to use those statements later on. And what I would like to do now is to tell you guys about the since you're all watching my screen, just in a second. I'll let you guys work with those SQL statements later at home. Maybe I'll send you guys some more details on how to do them, step by step.
Yeah.
Prof.
Don't worry about that, guys. We'll do that again on Wednesday, and I'll show you guys how to handle those.
Okay, Prof, this select statement that you're talking about is the one that you have on your page, right? On your notepad?
Yes.
Okay, exactly the way it is.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
So now, hey guys, tomorrow I have a new class starting, absolutely different from this one, as I told you guys, but let me show you guys what that class is all about. Let's all look here for a second. For tomorrow's class, guys, I'm starting a brand new class tomorrow from 7 p.m. That class is a Cloud DBA class. And that class is going to go on for 4 months of classes. And then after the 4 months of classes, we have 2 months of practical training, which would be just to do hands-on and projects and help teach and do all those kinds of things to have experience that you require to work. For that, so it's 4 months plus 2 months. That's why it is 6 months, as you see here on the screen. So it will end up like 6 months of class. But after 4 months, some people usually go get their jobs and they move on. But if you're not good after 4 months, you have 2 more months to work with us just to build your experience up. And what is that class all about? It's about database administration, but in the cloud. And in that class, we'll be covering Amazon Web Services the most, then cloud, and then we would do the Oracle Cloud. They have their own cloud. And we'll do some stuff in Azure. That's Microsoft Cloud. Therefore, we're going to touch Microsoft SQL Server databases. The Oracle database is the main course. Then we're going to do things like Postgres and RDS, which are my Amazon databases. So that whole course, it's now a new kind of profession. They tell me the Cloud DBA. Because you're a DBA, not just on premises, but in the cloud. And that class begins tomorrow for those who would be interested. Apart from that, let me come back here. In end of June or early July, we'll do the Amazon AWS class, Solutions Architect, which is also a full professional cloud on its own. So you have the Cloud DBA starting tomorrow, and then you have the Solutions Architect class later. And why these classes? Let me show you guys something about those classes, what makes them part of the most powerful classes you can take. Just 1 second, I'm on my other machine here. Let me show you guys the attraction. I was expecting to have some other guy talk with you guys tonight who started work very early this year, and he came from Cameroon just last year. But he's not available. So let's do just 1 second. I want to show you guys cloud salaries. I want you guys to watch this. This here, this is Cloud DBA salaries in the US. US, they make somewhere from there. So this is the range of salaries, not me, it's companies that are in charge of do salaries. So you go from, if you're really bad, really beginning, you could start from 87, but the average is about 130. You can go up to 165 when you know your stuff, okay? So that is a Cloud DBA. Then for the regular DBA, let me see here. I have another one for regular Oracle DBAs. This is Cora. Oh, I don't think this one is a good one. That's 112.97. So according to salary.com, estimate of an Oracle database administrator salary in the US, national average is 111,000. Okay, the 25th percentile is about 97,000. So that's from the low end, 97,000. That's an Oracle DBA. And let me see, there's another one. I like to see but scales. Okay. This is average Oracle DBA salary. So the average is about 94,000. Average, then going up. Okay. And let me see who else. Let's see what Indeed says. Indeed, average 116. So these are different companies. For example, when you start looking for work, you go to these companies. They are the ones, that's where you put your resume and then you find jobs with them. So 116, that is average salary for Indeed. And there's another one called salary.com. So for salary.com, Oracle Database Administrator, salary in Washington, DC. So if you notice here, they start somewhere like 102, and it can go up to, so this is the average, 133, and coming out to about 158. So that is that company, salary.com. They just take stats of companies. Then, see another employment company called Glassdoor. So for Glassdoor, their average salary for Oracle DBA is 123 per year. For those of you who speak French, if you are from La République du Cameroon, divide this by 2. This will give you like 70 million francs CFA a year. None of your ministers make that kind of money, isn't it? Let's see the next one. This one is called ZipRecruiter. It's also a recruiting company. So by this, just looking at salary just in Baltimore. Inside Baltimore, so their average is somewhere around here, 97. And their low one is like 60 something. But we're looking at the average. So when you train with us, where are you? When you train with us and you have the 4 months, you have the 2 months of practical training, you're looking for a job as a mid-level DBA entry. So you're somewhere around here. Most people who finish with us when they have a job is somewhere around 90s to 110, between 90 and 110. That's where they have their salaries. And let me see, is there another one? It looks like. Let me see one more, last one. There's what I call PESA. For PESA, if you watch here, this is now for, oh yeah, this one's for Amazon DBA. See, Amazon Oracle DBA. For Amazon Oracle DBA, so if like Cloud DBA in other words, if you see their own salaries, here's 133. So the average is about 152 going to 188. If you're working for Amazon and you are an Oracle DBA, and that is what we are teaching now. Right now, we are teaching our DBAs to be called Cloud DBAs so that what? They work in Amazon and in Oracle Clouds. But before doing all of this, you still have to know how to manage your database without the cloud, means out of the cloud, which is actually, let me see the one I showed you guys before, which is actually this one here. That's on premises, because most companies still have their data on premises and they're slowly going to the cloud. So you want to be one of those guys who knows how to move a database from on-premises into the cloud. It could be into Amazon Cloud or Oracle Cloud or Azure Cloud. But you can move. You know how to manage databases here, and you know the processes of transferring them from here in your office into the cloud. That is what it is. It's a course that we do. For those of you who have not met me, we do this course. I've been doing this course since 1997 that I've been teaching, not cloud, but just down here. cloud just came a few years ago, and now I've moved up here. So 1997 minus now is like what, 23, 24 years? I've been teaching the same thing. Same thing, hasn't changed. Has not changed too much. The change that I have now is dealing with the cloud. That's it. But apart from that, it has not changed since I started teaching Oracle. And now you have the benefit. And for now, ask me, how much is the course? This class is actually $4,000, which would translate to your one paycheck after a couple of months that you start working. That will be your one paycheck. And that's why I'm charging. I've been charging $4,000 since 2005. By this time next year, just because I've added this course, I would not charge less than $6,000, not less than $6,000 to teach this. This will probably be the last time I'm teaching it for $4,000 because it's getting more and more and more popular, and it pays the highest. And it doesn't just mean teaching the regular database. It's now teaching you cloud on top of it. So that would be my next course. It starts tomorrow for those who have signed up. I know that group probably has like some 40 people, but out of those 40, we probably don't need more than 10 to 15 people, because if you see how difficult is it teaching you guys, I'll have to, when teaching that class, I'll probably have 4 people, assistants, so they can log into their machines and help them to connect, to copy and paste. But after you copy and paste 1, 2, 3 times, then it becomes, you know how to do it. You don't have to keep asking somebody. So the course will require a lot of resources. It will require more than one person to teach it. And for now, 4K. And for those who are still speaking in French, who cannot speak English yet, $4,000 mean 2.5 million francs CFA. Maybe that will scare you, isn't it? Anyway, that is the French money in Africa. But all the same, so that is the course. For those who are interested, you can sign up today. You have questions, you can ask me about that course. And that's where we'll do that database in detail. By the time you finish that course, what would you know? Let me show you a couple of things. You know how to do this thing that we're trying to do there to create those tables, insert data. You would know how to...
Excuse me, Prof.
Yes, to monitor databases.
What type of computer do we need to carry this, to go on with classes?
Yeah, to carry that course, to do that course, I'll tell you, I'll give you guys, you don't buy a computer now.
Okay.
When the time comes, I'll tell you what computer to buy.
Okay.
If you buy one, for sure, you're going to be buying another one again.
Okay, thank you.
So, just 1 second. Let me, what is that course all about? It's database. But database is not just that black screen that you guys saw, right? VI, yeah, all the database is not on that screen. Let me show you guys a few database tools. Then you'll see that even though I'm teaching you VI and all those things, you are not going to use all of that. You're not going to use all of them.
Excuse me, the course is finished because I am the problem with my security.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that later.
Okay.
We'll technically finish that, but I'm normally here. I walk you guys and the rest who want to know more. So, coming back here, this is a typical tool for database monitoring. So when you go to work as a DBA, everything is not some black screen that you're playing with every day. So one of the tools could be this one right here that you have, and you may run a typical job and we'll see what it does. Just a second. I'll run like some backups. Just a second. Dun, 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 dun. Export. Any export here? Yes. So you see like that. Now I'm doing some kind of a job is running, and you can see what the database does. So once your database is working really hard, yeah, you can look at this nice little tool and you figure out what's going on. Your CPU is there and blah, 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 blah. So we learn through tools like this. These are some database tools. Some of them would be, let me see if I could bring it out, you guys SQL developer, you see what it looks like. There are a lot of graphical tools also, but you spend a lot of time on that terminal where I'm teaching you guys VI and all those kinds of things. Okay, you're going to spend a lot of time there. Just 1 second. Let me, like the database we just did tonight, guys. Me log into that database. You guys see what it's supposed to look like. Just right click here. Do properties. Let me just change a few things here. You guys see here. Bitech. Show you guys another database tool that we do use all the time. So there's this. It's 49. Do test. Nope. Here's Bitech. Test. Yeah, I may not be able to connect to that database. Failure. What's happening here, Mazo? Can you check this out for me? Bitech system failed the network adapter to connect to that database. What's the port? Okay, just hang on. Let me see. What's the port to that database? LSNRCTL. LSNRCTL. Start. Oh, listener is not running.
Start, Prof.
Yeah, just a second. 1 quick second. Let me do switch user minus Oracle. LSNRCTL. Okay, don't worry about that. I can connect to that database. I need to troubleshoot it a little bit. But all the same, we shall be dealing with this and a bunch of other database tools. I thought I could get in there to show you guys what's going on. Just 1 second. So these are some of the, as a DBA, you do some of these things, some of this kind of troubleshooting. Listener, must you check here? Is machine name correct? Yeah. Because target host does not exist. You know why? Maybe it's not in the .bash profile. .bash underscore profile. Is it correct in here? L49 is correct. Just a second, guys. I want to see something here. We're going to do some more Linux commands. And the purpose why we're doing this, we have some people in the DBA class, they need this Linux too. As a matter of fact, that's why I'm doing this course. It's for the people in DBA and Amazon and the cloud classes. They need to do this. They need to know Oracle. They need to know Linux. Yes. That's why I'm doing this. Because when you go there, you run, because this is like where I'm working, where we are working. This is a typical database that you use at work. And I could show you guys that one in the graphical user interface, but just we don't have enough time. But by Wednesday, I should get it so we can see it through this thing, see what that database is doing and see your names and see everything through a screen like this. So for those of you, let me show you guys one last thing before you all leave. Let me see how many people are still there. 33. So before we leave tonight, guys, that database that we created, the next thing I could show, what I could want you guys to do is that everybody would write that little select statement, which I'll send. Oops. Exit. Exit. Right back there, we go back to DT. So guys, this thing that we did today, this database that I created with you guys, it's just a sample of a database. And what I would like you guys to do is every, did you create the other one in there already? That schema? When you were practicing with all the information. Down the table. You can just double click and create it. As you create under a different schema. Yeah. Is the table there? Why didn't you just do it then, Azus? Did you finish the SQL loader? Oh, you didn't. I wanted it in here. Okay, just a second. Let me test. I show you guys one more thing before you leave. What you do with Oracle like this. So guys, the next thing I want to teach you guys is to write simple scripts, shell scripts in Linux that can run here. Do your, as a matter of fact, just show you guys a script. I played with one this afternoon. So I would do, yes, I would run this. Let me see here. Let me run a script that's a little bit more complex than the one you guys have. If you see this one, what happened? Where is their data? Did I lock somewhere else? I see what it is. Okay, just hang on. I wanted you guys to do another insert, but you guys could not. But I'll send you guys information to insert all your information. And then let me run a script and create a report. You guys see what the report looks like. Just 1 second before we leave. So, right here. I will send you guys this and we're all going to play with this stuff. So guys, I would run a tiny little script here and I will create a spreadsheet that I would send. I will give you guys another line to edit to see those who can edit it. And then when you edit that line, it should give you your, it should send you the output by email. Just 1 second, I need to, yes, this is the line right here, but I need to edit this a tiny little bit. Then I would explain the script to you guys later. Okay. I'll edit the script here and then I give it to you guys. Stick with this one. And I'm going to run a tiny script like this one here, guys. Let me do select star. Yep, gives everybody's information. And there's one more thing. Column, last name, first name. Yeah, I need to format this. I'll make a tiny script with this. Then you guys see how we can run this script and it send an email out to you guys. So the first thing is, let me just go run this script just the way it is. I'm inside that database. I want you guys to watch here. If I type LL, there is one file here that I'll remove the file that I have here. Guys, nobody should repeat this, please. Let me type BI. Yeah, remove that. Let me see here. I think maybe I have the script here already even. Yeah, I just show you guys the script. This is the script that I wrote. They call this a shell script. Yes, I did a script already. And this script, I'm going to run this script for you guys. I would do me edit this script for you guys. How do I delete a line again, guys? You guys remember that? Delete a line is DD. I for insert. Then I'm going to copy some one line. I just need a line of script from somewhere and I put in there and we are fine. Yep, just that one line. So I come here and I paste that. Then I enter a select statement, which will do select star. I mean, this will give me everybody's information. Yes. I do that and escape colon WQ. I'll teach you guys how to write little scripts like this. Then now, this is a shell script. For it to execute, I must have the X here. That's change mode. I did that change mode to have that. Tomorrow on Wednesday, I'll teach you guys how to do scripts like this. So now for me to execute this script, all I do is I type that and I hit enter and this script will run and it should send me an email, which I will create a file that I'll ask you guys to also copy and send to yourselves. So if I do that, that script is running and I'll check my email soon. See, and the script created this file. And what I'll do right now is for all of you, I'll send an email, I'll send a line, a tiny little line, that when you run that line, it's going to create that script for you. Where is that line? Let me look for it. Yes. The line would be, yep, would be just this line right here. I send a line that if you run that line, it should send you an email. You paste it down here and fix it. Let me see. Okay, it has a file here called test log. So I do cat. And let me check my own email. Yes. You see, just send me an email right now. So if I click on that email, see what the email sent. It sent me all your names and everything. Then it sent me a spreadsheet. I'll send you guys will have this. And the spreadsheet has just two inside. These are just the two people who pick courses. But I think we should change that. Just 1 second. I'll change that script so that the script will do more than, it will send all of these things here inside a spreadsheet. So we do VI on that script again. VI, I open the script here, guys, and I'll delete DD. And I want to put select star. I for insert, colon WQ. So if I execute that script again, it should send me an email with everybody's information. Let me see, check my email again then. After that, I'll let you guys run the same email and we see, and everybody would receive their own. So I just got it here. So if I open this Excel spreadsheet, all the students' names are here. You see, that's how you create a spreadsheet, a record. Okay, so what am I going to do right now? Let me send you guys the script for the email, just the email line, just that line that does the email. And each person is going to run it. So we'll do cat test log. So I want to let me explain this email. We all know what cat does. See what cat does, people? If I do cat, no, by the way, let me do LL and you see. LL. I have a file here called test.log. If I do cat on that test.log, who knows what cat will do? Who remembers?
It's going to list everything inside the test.log.
Yep. If I do that, it just
would output the content of cat.
Yes, output that whole content. It's really big. Okay. Then, so you're going to, the email will cut that and send it to you. using this Linux program, and the subject of the email will be BT class of May 2020, and then it's going to attach a file. And the file that is going to attach would be, I wanted to attach that file. So let me go replace this with it. It's going to attach that file when it sends you the thing, and this would be your email address. So let me test that. Then you guys see if I receive the thing right now. Then you guys, I'll send it to you all and you run it. Boom. So let me go to my email. Yep, I just received it.
What program is that, Prof? The mod.
Mod is an email program. So what I'm doing is now is this, guys. I'm sending you guys this, and each person will change one thing only your email address. Let me see now who can really not copy and paste again.
Prof, where did you send it to?
No, I'm sending it right now. It is.
Are we running on a SQL?
No. Exit SQL. Run it at command line as the user DBA. I've just pasted it in the group. Let me also paste it in the what's the other thing called?
Professor, can I get with you after class? Can we share screens after class? Okay.
Yes. So for those who are interested in the DBA class, contact me, or you join the group, which I'll put in your class group. You could join that, then you look at it. If you are interested in the AWS class in June, you can register for that one. Otherwise, this free class, my next one would be in August. I do one of these, I do 3 every year. So August, I'll do this because August, September, I'll start another DBA class. So by that time, the students who already have know some Linux already. So I've pasted that already, guys. You guys.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
After I paste it, do I press enter or commit?
Yes. Change the email. Did you change the email address?
I did already. I did.
Okay. Then just paste it, hit enter. It should send you an email.
Prof, I have a question.
Yes.
What is the schedule of the DBA class?
The DBA class is 3 days a week. Thank you. That's a good question. I forgot to mention.
What time, please?
It is Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
Okay, thanks.
Because most of the students are working people, so we do it to accommodate people who are working. But if we have enough students, we can run a daytime class.
I got an email.
Good.
Matthias.
So then open the Excel. It will first of all try not to open, but if it opens, then you will see an Excel document that has the names of the students. So this is how you can create a report, guys. So like work for a company, maybe you have a script that runs and
I get an email. Where's my phone?
Create a report like this and send it every day to the people. And guys, later on, if you guys notice, nationality says Cameroon for everybody, right? There's no Ambazonia there. Isn't that bad? I'm supposed to have here La République du Cameroon. They have Ambazonia on one of them. That's what I should have. Yes. So it's because the default nationality is Cameroon. So later on the next class, we will learn how to change this. So everybody will go change their own. Change it to your country. That's how this thing goes, people. Mazu, you saw for a day online. Yeah. Remember him in Yaoundé? Yeah. Remember when he went to Bo, you guys went with some kid somewhere to go do something? That was fun that day. But I didn't realize that it was him. Yeah. It's Antiquarian Sisters. He's in England. He wants to take the class.
I don't know why my own is
if you have
different.
Is he still online? Yeah, she is there. Yeah. Contact him. That's your cousin. Okay, hey guys, who did receive the email? This
I
time
did
you're
not receive
changing.
no email.
What? Except you did not enter your email correctly. Guys, change just what you're supposed to change. Don't change what you don't have.
Oh Lord. It says on no command beginning card.
Where are you, Deborah? Are you inside SQL Plus or at the command line?
Yes, I am in SQL. And I just pasted the
And, okay, there you are not hearing. I did say this is not in SQL. Cat is a Linux command, is not a SQL.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
So type exit.
Okay.
Then when you type exit, type LL to see if you see two files. You should see a log file and you should see a Bitech Excel file. Yeah. There should be just 3 files inside that whole directory.
Okay, I see it.
Good. So we'll teach you guys how to write scripts like this later. You cannot learn
I just saw, Prof, I just saw an email.
Okay. So if you check your email, it should have then.
Prof, do you need to download this mod on our
No, you don't have to. You only install it on a Linux machine.
I have nothing.
Hey guys, so somebody's asking about the class. How do you pay $4,000?
Yes.
$4,000, you pay. The normal routine is everybody pays $2,000. Then you take $2,000 and you schedule it if you don't have the money. But you have the money, just pay your $4,000. If you don't, you can do a payment schedule. You give a payment schedule, give you a form, you fill it, you sign it, and you say, okay, I can pay on these days. But I know that the day you start working, that will soon, very soon, be a 1 week paycheck and or 2 weeks paycheck, and you should be able to pay us with no problem.
Professor, I need to share my screen with you after class.
Yes. Yes. Then we almost coming there. So guys, for everybody, if you want to, that class is, I think I've put the link online a couple of times, but I can still put that thing. Invite, let me see, copy link. I'll put a link in the Zoom chat again. See, there's a DBA, Bitech Cloud DBA class, May 2020.
I don't see anything.
And class starts tomorrow at 7 p.m. Cloud DBA.
I don't know which email it is. What email?
Yeah, if you don't get in, then your email address is not correct. Otherwise, that thing should send you an email.
I got the email.
Absolutely. So now, I want to hear any questions about the class I'm talking about. If you're thinking in your head now, okay, yeah, no, blah, blah, blah. I want to hear any question, and I can give you any guide, guys. I've been doing IT for a long time. If you think of doing something else, that's fine. Ask me and I'll tell you.
Hello, Professor. I would like to ask something.
Yes.
In your day-to-day job, do you have to remember all these comments, or you use Stack Overflow to check comments every time, or how? Do you have to remember everything?
No. Listen, And your day to listen, like now,
Actually done it
it's
twice,
fun.
right?
Remember, brother. Yeah. What tribe are you from Cameroon?
I am from Bafang.
Okay. Remember how I have Bafang friends. Your language is so difficult. I wonder how you guys did learn it. Because I'm new to it, right? But if I grew up there like a baby, I'll be able to speak it even in my sleep. Just like my other sister there in Nanga. She's finding difficulty speaking English now because it's new to her. But give her another 1 year and 2 years, she'll be able to speak fluently. It's the same thing with IT. When you learn it for the first time, they tell you VI. You go sleep tonight, you think of VI, you have a headache. You don't think of CD. What we're going to do is so confusing. No,
They are really so
remember.
confusing. All the commands are really so confusing.
Yes. No, from the beginning. Let me tell you. Computers is so
Zion.
This is
Zion.
how it goes. When you go
Come here, babe.
you will do the same thing every day. It's not changing too much.
You will forget everything.
You probably learn more. I'll teach you more. I'll teach you maybe
when you do
5 times the amount of things you go to do at work.
With all this thing that we're doing, is 180.
But the day you start doing it at work, you realize that it is.
You do this with your dad
it's
for 4
almost
hours
like
every day.
writing French. Can you listen? Can you
We practice
imagine?
it. We practice it, all of us.
Trying to write French and
support me to go and do
sang
this.
virgule, sang something.
Somebody is talking back in background when the professor is talking.
Hello. If you want to talk, you mute your phone now, or you take excuse and you speak. So I'm just telling you this. The only way, all you need to do, all these things I'm teaching you, and to be able to earn that 100, 120, 30,000 in this thing is to spend time on it. If you don't have time, then you cannot do it. But if you have time, I will teach you this. You will do this SQL Plus 1,000,000 times to the point where even if you're sleeping, your one hand can type it. It will become so easy, you would wonder why they even pay somebody that kind of money. You will wonder why you even had to spend up to 6 months to study it. So don't even worry about that. Listen, this is a compressed bootcamp class that I'm teaching you guys. When you come to when we're doing this 4-month class, it is 3 days a week.
Yeah.
7 to 10 or sometimes to 11. And sometimes with my brothers who can stay late, we even stay till 1 a.m.
That was me.
Okay? We'll do stuff like that. Then you would master it within a short period of time. You'll be able to speak computer as if it's your language. And your accent doesn't matter. Indians can barely speak English, but they all do computers. Like, I believe 3/4 of you on the line, you all work in nursing homes or hospitals or home health or something. You will never find an Indian in one of those, my brothers. You know why? When they live, because when they grew up in their countries, it's not like in Africa where we go to school, somebody go study history or geography or some nonsense like that. In India, as they're growing up, they are studying math and French and chemistry and physics. Nobody in India will sit and do history. None. Nobody there will go there and just go do some. If they're doing geography, it's because they want to be an engineer, a petrochemical engineer. But in Africa, we do it because we want to be a teacher. And now it's a teacher, and everybody's a teacher teaching history and geography. No. So they cannot speak English, but they have all the good jobs. No, when you drive on the road next time, watch people who are driving, what's that car that runs on electricity again?
Tesla?
Yes. Watch people who are driving Teslas. If they're not white people, they're Indians. They're Indian boys. women and men. If they are not, if an Indian is not a medical doctor, an Indian will not be a nurse. I'm sorry. If an Indian is not a medical doctor, there will be some computer expert.
Yeah.
I believe very few Indians earn less than 100,000 in this country.
Wow.
Yes.
That's true.
But we Africans, when we come, first thing we are going to the home health place or go work in a home, group home, and then very soon, even you almost become retarded like those people you are taking care of.
Oh no.
So,
it's true,
to make the difference, it's only our governments are so bad that we cannot even extend it back home. But that's why I do these free classes.
Yeah.
Just begging the Africans who just came, study this. You don't have to go work in a nursing home. You don't have to go work in a group home. We fight in those group homes to the point where the pay is very low. If we're not too many there, the pay will be high.
Yeah.
Okay, but the IT fields are all empty.
Yeah.
To the point where the US gives what they call the H-1 visa to bring people from India to come work. You know, so yes, it is easy. It's not difficult. French, English, Latin, it doesn't matter what language you know. Just come there and you know how. Number one, I give you a typing program. Learn how to type. Master your keyboard. You start from there. Then after you do that, you start to do this CD and you type this thing over and over. And you listen, you repeat it every day. You write, you take notes. You have to write with your hand. And within a short time, listen, I have, for those of you who come to the DBA class, I'll bring Emil. Emil is a young guy who came from Bamenda, he came like June, yes, like June last year, June 2019. He registered. His mother knew about the class long time. His mother paid his $4,000 from Cameroon. He took that class walking on foot. He'll come by bus. Sometimes at 11 o'clock, I have to go drop him in DC.
Wow.
And he had his first job in Germantown here at the Navy Center there for $105,000. No car. He's not even bought a car. Doesn't have a driver license. He goes to work by Uber. He bought his first car just 2 months ago.
Wow.
He went to work by Uber. Then he bought his first car. When he came and told me he was trying to buy his car, I told him, Emil, what car are you buying? He said he's buying a Toyota one. I said, right now you're earning 100,000. I said, get yourself a Mercedes. Let your first car be a Mercedes. Why should you go buy a used Toyota for $17,000? I said, get your first car a Mercedes. You can afford it. He's still so scared. How am I going to drive a Mercedes? I'm just learning how to drive, you know. But within a year in America, he's making that kind of money. Listen, I have dozens and dozens of people that I've taught who came like that. But after you stay in this country for long, it becomes more difficult because you have a family. You have family back home, family here, insurance, car to pay. You cannot afford to come sit in class because you're doing 2 jobs. You end up doing 2 jobs. But guys, with this DBA thing, you do 1 job, you sit in your home. There is no programming. Don't worry about programming. No. You sit in your house, you can do 2 jobs. Easy as anything. Right from your house.
Sorry to interrupt this. There's any way for talking about job, there's any way for someone who can can be able to attend the class only once a week? I mean, once, 2 weeks to catch up?
Nope. If you tell me twice a week, I would say no. It will be a waste of your time and a waste of my time. Because the $4,000, frankly speaking, I'm charging is nothing, but it is something to make you be committed. And secondly, I don't want you to even come spend some time, then it doesn't amount to anything. If you cannot attend the 3 days, because when you miss 1 day, right, it's like you miss 1 month of college. 1 day that you miss.
It's a good point.
Guys, just think about it. What we did today, right? We did VI, we did this. Even though you think you don't understand it, until when you do it next time, then you say, oh, now I know it. So somebody who comes tomorrow and we go back to revise VI, they are lost completely.
That's true.
Exactly.
You see? So that is the thing. I want people who are, let me tell you, when I teach it, right, I better have a class of 5 people who are committed than to have a class of 20 people who come someday and someday they don't come. 5 committed people, I know these people will make it to the point where some of those people, I see how serious they are. I know, even if this guy doesn't have the money to pay me now, I know that in 3 months, he can double that amount of money to even pay me, and it will be no problem for him because he's going to succeed.
That's good, Prof.
It is nothing but time and dedication. So you have to, so I say when you want to do it, just adjust your job schedule. It is 3 evenings a week, 3 days only. But if I have 10 people want to do it from 10 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock, I'll teach them. I can teach people during the day if I have enough. But the thing is, most people who do this are working already and they can only afford evenings. So that's why I teach evening. As a matter of fact, since I've been teaching since 1997, it's always been evenings because it's always people transitioning from one field to another. Guys, when you come to the class, you're going to see people who are pharmacists, people who have some PhDs in something, they're taking the class.
Wow.
Yeah, probably you should thinking about teaching in the morning too.
Yes, if I see 10 of you, I'll teach you in the morning. As a matter of fact, I think I should advertise for that. If I can find, say, 8 to 10 people who want it during the day, who can teach it during the day.
Professor, is the class going to be structured like this where, you know, it's scheduled for one time, but we normally start late or we go after? Is the class going to be similar to that?
No. That one, it is on time. That class, it's a class that is well structured. 7 o'clock, we're starting. By 10:30, we'll finish what we're supposed to do. Then people want to revise, like today, some people could not connect, they could not do that. Normally, we can stay after 10:30 to help people do whatever they could not do. But we start on time for that class. It's 7 p.m. 7 p.m. everybody's in class. But now it's online anyway. Normally we'll sit side by side. But right now it'll be even a little bit more tricky because it's online and you may actually think, okay, online, that means cheaper. No, online, that means this. We will be talking to you more than if you were in class. Because when you are in class, like she says, you cannot connect on her machine. I just walk over, or the other teacher just walks over and see you and say, okay, fix this, that's the problem. But right now, we have to any desk into your machine, do this and do that. And then some people that will be talking in the background and all kinds of things, you know. So it will be probably more stressful for us teaching it online than when we go into the classroom.
Yeah.
But it will be very, very structured to answer your question. Very, very. At that time, guys, listen, it is professionals. People who are coming there. When you come, right from day one, we declare you are a junior DBA. You start working as a DBA. Means you come on the white man's time, not the African time. We do things
So I have
differently.
another question. When you can I talk, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does the test look like when you want to have this kind of job? Do they give you some case studies, or do they? How does it?
The interviews.
That's a good question.
Good. Let me tell you, typical interview could be, What editors have you used? VI. You've used a VI editor. You've used Notepad. You've used Notepad++. Notepad++ is different from Notepad. This one here on the screen, this is Notepad++. This programmers use this to write code. But the one that I did ask you guys to bring was this one, Notepad. And VI is a Notepad in here. Then there is another one called Vim, just Vim. Vim is actually another version of VI. So I could type Vim and I do something, and as a matter of fact, let me quit. Same commands. Quit. If I can type Vim and I enter, what's that thing? Bitech something. You see the same thing opens. You see? So those are the kind of things we're going to learn in there. Then they would ask you stuff like, what tools do you use to monitor your database? I was just showing you guys one tool that you can use to monitor your database, and this thing is called Spotlight on Oracle. That's a tool to monitor databases. Another one is SQL Developer. What do you use this to do? You tell them you can do this and do this and do this with that thing. Okay? Then another one would be typically, what are the different kind of databases you have worked on? Of course, you are there for an Oracle interview. Oracle is the #1. So you say SQL Server, Postgres, because we're going to do all of those in class. They ask you a question like, how would you migrate a database from premises into the cloud? Means the company has a database with them, but now everybody's going to the cloud, so they want to go to the cloud. And you are the DBA. How are you going to do that? We have done it in class over and over. You have the steps, you can just sing it to them like a song. This is how the migration would do. I would use data pump, export, create a dump file, move it over, blah, 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 give them the whole story. That's it. That's how the interviews work. They ask you actual practical things to the point where you can have there's a certification for Oracle, but almost nobody will ever ask you that certification because you can pass the certification, but you don't know the practical side. You cannot do anything practically. So when we interview, our least worry is certification. Even forget if you have a degree, it's really not a big deal. They could maybe ask you that at the end. You know, because for example, Microsoft, Bill Gates doesn't have a degree, a college degree. But he's one of the richest people in the world. You see? So they'll ask you, they won't ask you, hey, what degree do you have? They tell them you have a degree in history. They begin to get worried about it. But still, at some level, maybe the guy who has a degree in computer science, if you and him are standing on the same leg, fighting together, maybe they may pick him that, okay, even though they are exactly the same, they know the same thing, but this guy has his computer science. So maybe there's something behind, something that he knows that may use to help us. That maybe it's in that situation that can help. But typically, no. Your degree, certification, they come last. When I teach you, I don't teach you to pass this certification exam. I teach you to do this stuff. I teach you how to do the practical work. Then when you finish, if you're one of those people who really like exams, I will give you the sample exam questions, or actually we'll get them there online. And you can spend 1 week, you read the exam questions, you go pass the exam. And some people don't even take the class. They'll pass that exam too with you.
Yeah. So with that being said, I wanted to piggyback on the previous question. When it comes to going to the interview, wouldn't they want to ask for like an example of like one of your latest projects as part of the interview session?
That's why they'll ask you, have you ever done a migration into the cloud? And what kind of migration? How was it done? What were the challenges you have? You see, because before you come there, you know that they have AWS, they're trying to migrate there, you know those things already. So if you have such an interview when we finish the class, we'll spend time and practice and rehearse those things so that they're fresh in your mind. and of course answer such possible questions with you before you get there. So when they ask you, you don't sit there and go, no. When they ask you, you just sing like like a songbird. Just tell them, and it flows more like a conversation. Okay. Yes, sir. Then, guys, we don't
Okay,
just.
I have another question. Is this class gonna be also online?
Yes, because of COVID, it's online. Normally, we meet in College Park, but because of COVID, definitely it's online, just like we're having now, but it's fewer people. You see, like this class, let me see right now, see how many people are left. We have 30 people left, but sometimes you guys, you're up to 70 people online. But that one will have about 10 people, and we are 2 or 3 of us working with you guys, so we can connect to all your machines while you're working. So if you have trouble like you were having the other time, I'll just look on your screen and I see what you're doing wrong. And I say, okay, fix it. That's the problem.
Professor, if the classes reopen in the next few months, will the class shift to an inside class, or will it stay? Okay.
No, if it reopens, definitely I'm tired staying home. We would definitely go back to class. For those who are local, because there are a lot of people who take the classes out of state. They are not here in Maryland. But those who are local, you have the advantage, because face-to-face teaching is different than remote. And
I agree.
Remote live talking is even different than if I send you a video.
Yeah.
Prof.
Yeah.
Does it mean if there are more than 10 people, you will not run a class for more than 10 people?
It'll be really bad. I don't think there'll be more. because when there's more, then I'll need to have I need to add another person to the teaching crew.
Okay,
because right now it is 3 of us. So let me tell you guys how it works for all of you. When you remember in this country, especially in IT, if you look at every job in IT, you guys may not have looked because you're not in IT yet. But when you start to look at the job, they'll tell you 1 year experience, 2 year experience. There's nothing like coming to train. There's no entry position for people who don't know. No, there's none. So how do we handle that? So technically, this class is actually 4 months. But because of the training aspect of it, and secondly, because some people will not get it during the first 4 months, we extend it to 6 months. So within those 6 months, we call that one, you are like an apprentice working for us. Because watch this. If you haven't checked out our website, we are our real company, or for the school, we are, let me see, Bitech. Yes, we are actually Bitech. Let me see. For this training, we are this Bitech training. But the second company that we have that I will actually work for is why I call you guys Burian. So when any person who joins, that's when they become a Burian. It's Burian's IT. So on this company here, this one is like a consulting company. So when you finish and you finish the class with us, you shift from here to here. Within those last 2 months, you're now more. We actually make you now. You graduated school. Now you're working with Bitech, and we give you all the projects that we have to do, real life projects in the field. So start to give you those projects, and you do them.
Prof, what?
Then it is that we're going to use for your reference and examples of projects you've worked on.
Okay, more question concerning the class number. So what are we supposed to do to be among the first 10 that you're
The
supposed
first 10, register. For example, oh, hold on. Let me go.
Because I've registered already.
Yes.
But
No.
what if
Okay.
more
Then
than 10
it is
people have
your.
registered already?
You registered using. See, I have registration.
Yes, I did that.
Oh, good. Then you finish the first piece of it. Then the next thing you need to do is that I'll send out tonight is your payments.
Okay.
You gotta send us the dollar way of how you're gonna pay that stuff. Send that, then we're gonna send you a form to fill. So we're going to send you a scheduled payment form. So you pay your first advance, which we expect to be about 2,000 or more. Then you fill the form, say, okay, I'll pay the rest on such and such a date. In the days of checks, we used to take checks. I'll keep the checks. But now most people don't have checkbook. So you just schedule and we'll give you the platform, which when the time comes, you send the money. If you don't send it, where we are together.
Okay.
I have a.
Am I still valid as you?
Yes, you are there. You are Barbara.
Okay. One quick question: when you go work as DBA person administrator, what OS do you use at work?
OS Linux.
Linux. So
yes, 90% of places will use Linux. That's why we're doing Linux.
Okay, thanks.
But when you go to work, they'll give you a laptop.
Okay.
With Windows, not Mac, with Windows. Then they'll tell you your database is on that Linux machine. They give you the IP address, just as we connected with SSH, and you'll be able to connect to it.
Okay.
So we learn all of that in class. We'll learn how to connect to databases, even if the database is in New York or in England. We're going to find out how you connect to those databases from anywhere.
Okay.
That's good. That's good. So, going back to what you previously said in terms of job placements, one of the things that kind of intimidate me a little bit is when these companies put up their job postings for the requirements to apply for that position. Kind of intimidating me because some of them say like experience 1 year, 5 years, 6 years, and so how can, like, I know we act like no, we are training with you guys for 6 months. I mean, will they still accept like our application?
Okay,
you know what I
this
mean?
how it
Because of the
goes.
position does require like
This
a
is
lot
how it
of.
goes. Let me tell you. When you train with us on this DBA course in particular, when you finish your training, what happens is, okay, you finish. Once you finish that training, we, through Barians IT, will give you, if you finish that training completely, we'll give you, you can use us for your reference for, say, about 6 months. If you did finish all your quizzes and all the assignments, or their practical assignments. But if you were one of those who came, never did any assignment, did nothing, you're not using me for reference, because I have given reference to people and they go and they could not perform and they get fired, and the recruiter calls me and asks me, hey, Mr. Cho, well, you said this guy was good. What happened?
Yeah.
Because I deal with a lot of recruiters and they now know about Barians IT, right? So I don't want to taint that image. So before you fill that resume, you're working with me on that resume. Oh, by the way, guys, we help you do your resume. We help you do your LinkedIn page for everybody, because you cannot get a job without a LinkedIn page, not at all. 90% of jobs come through LinkedIn. This thing here, you must have a LinkedIn page. So once the 4 months end, we create everybody a LinkedIn page like that. That is mine. Then you could see here, these are almost all my students who are now working. So we'll create your LinkedIn page.
It's a nice picture.
Yes. So after we create your LinkedIn page, we know what we are putting there, because recruiters come to LinkedIn. Say, guys, 8 out of the 10 calls that you get, 8 of them are coming from LinkedIn. Because recruiters come here and they scout through people and they look, and then they see who is vouching for you, then they call you. Okay, so once you finish the class, the first thing we do is we work on your LinkedIn page. Like the last class that finished just last week, I know that they're still working on their LinkedIn page, all of them. So we do your LinkedIn page. And the LinkedIn page, you're noting there that you're working for Beren's Technology, that's Beren's IT, and all of that, that you are working, not that you worked. Okay. Then, as you continue to work on the project, we have, listen, because guys, frankly speaking, I have taught more than 300 DBAs who are working out there. There should be at least 4 other schools teaching DBA in Maryland here. And out of those 4, 3 of them will be my past students. Okay? So I've been doing this for a long time. So when you finish, so I have, coming back to that point, I have people working in all places. Almost every department in the government, I have DBAs working there. Because those people are there, I always know the trend of things, what is going on, what is in demand. And those people, they have projects. So most of the time they give me their projects. Then I'll do them with my students. And some of them, they actually give me the project to do it for them. And I'll help them do it, but with the students. So that those students can now use that guy as a reference. So when they do their resumes, they put there that they did this project for this department, this government department. It could be human health services, it could be state department, whatever. But now the recruiters, what they'll do is they'll say, give me a contact number who works there. So now you can give that guy's number and they'll call him on his desk and he'll pick up the phone. Yeah, I'm working for this department. You calling for reference? Yes. You know this guy? Yes. He worked for you? Yes. Say he worked for me, he worked with me on a project, and he worked on this project, and we did this and this, and he did this and this and this and this for me. Boom, case closed. That's one reference put down for you. On a place that maybe you've never set foot in, but you did something that was beneficial for the guy. So the guy can give you a reference, a professional reference. It's a professional reference. It's not a friend reference. Professional, okay? So we do that. So that's how we come around to be able to give you time. Then we'll give you big projects. When you finish those projects, for example, we'll give you, you have to do rack, you have to do data guard, you have to do migrations to the cloud, and which other one again? There's another big project. Oh, a Golden Gate. Once you finish those projects and document them in such a way that you can present them to somebody, then you can now use those projects as reference. And when you finish those projects for us, you can use us for 3 years of reference. We can stand for you. Because this is how it goes. When you give reference, number one, the recruiters, when they look at your thing, they go online, they Google that company. They want to find out how long that company has been around. Number two, if that company is good standing with the federal government, with the state government. Those are the things they look for. Okay? Then once they see that, then they'll call that company and find out, okay, has this person worked for you? Where? Because on the resume you mentioned where. Then we can say that. And what did they do? I'll tell them what you did for us. He did Golden Gate, he did Data Guard, he was in charge of all the upgrades, or he was a backup specialist, or he was a cloud specialist, or his specialty was migrating to the cloud, he did all the migrations. depending, because I know what the company is looking for, I can now position you. And I know we had studied those things. Then that's it. Now they check, okay, reference is good. Then now they want to see your skill. They talk to you and you answer their questions correctly, that's it. You're done. No further questions. You can work. That's how it goes. But later on in the class, we'll talk to my students, or now not students, DBAs who are working out there in different states, from Atlanta to Houston, Dallas, Utah. They will always come in through Zoom and talk to us and give us their experiences and what they do at work. Any other question, guys?
Prof, did you see the message I sent you on WhatsApp?
WhatsApp? Not yet, not yet. Okay.
Okay, Prof. One quick question. This is Awade. This is Deborah. One quick question. The VI instruction, because I came into the class late. Can you text it to me, or can I get it somewhere?
Yeah, yes, as you speak with. Let me shut off my my iPad so it will sync. Once it's sync here, before we get offline, I'll send it. I know I owe you guys a couple of notes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So any other question?
Professor, don't forget about me. I want you to see my screen so you can walk me through.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Let's go through that.
I got something. Before we leave, I just wanted to say, like, what you're doing is really good. You know what I mean? To
absolutely
obtain this type of skill for a amount of 4 months, where people have to spend 4 years in school to acquire this type of job, is very, very unique. So, for people, you guys listening, like, definitely, this is a really once in a lifetime opportunity. So please take advantage of it while you can. So this is awesome stuff you're doing, Professor.
All right, thank you,
I
Mr.
agree.
I don't know who just spoke, and I give all the glory to God in the life of Prof, because I've been in America for over 20 years. I've never seen anybody that will give with that that little money. Let me put it that way. And I am grateful to God the day that I went and I saw your car parked somewhere or the information. And I pray that continue to be a blessing to all our kind. God will never forget you.
Amen. Amen.
Professor,
Yes, sir.
is this class, will you be putting on the Google app?
Which one? Which of them?
Google Classroom. Will you be putting on Google Classroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. No, everything of that will be in Google Classroom. We're gonna have almost like we had here, but much more focused and yes, everything will be. We're gonna use Zoom. We're gonna use like I know somebody asked me what was that? Evernote. Yes, we're gonna use Evernote for our notes. We're gonna use Google, everything Google, just like we're doing in this class.
Yes.
And please try to find a way to help those who cannot have time in the evening, please.
Yes. Those who cannot have time for in the evenings.
Yes, please.
Oh, you mean who cannot have time to take the class in the evening?
Yeah.
Yes. So what I'll do is this: just send me your name. If I have enough people to do a day class, that's no problem.
Yeah.
We are all working from home now. Everybody's home. But that is true. Hey, Zeus. You know what? Let me put that in the group right now. That for those who want an evening class, indicate so, or daytime class.
Thank you so much.
Yes. If it's just if I have enough people, that's no problem.
That would be great.
Yes. So any other question, any other thing. And let me tell you guys something good about DBA. Since I've been around IT for a while, I could have switched to something else. But what I found out was, of all the IT careers, database is probably it's not probably, it's the most stable one. It's stable in the sense that most companies don't like to keep changing their DBAs, because when you keep changing DBAs means everybody's coming and seeing your data. It is one of those fields where a company lose their DBA just because the DBA had a better offer to go somewhere else. Otherwise, when you get a job for a company, you can stay in that company for as long as you want. During this COVID time, let me tell you, no DBA lost their job because they've always been working from home anyway, so they can still continue working from home. You know, and then number two, it doesn't change too much. Just as somebody was asking, are we going to know? Yes, you're going to know these things, but the things don't change too much. They become standard. The change is a little bit slow. In other words, the things you learn now, they'll last for some time. They don't just disappear. Like I'm still teaching, as I said already, maybe 60% of what I taught in 1997 is still relevant. I'm still teaching that. Then it is one of the most paying jobs in the in the IT world. Then number three, it is not taught in universities. So you must only learn as an apprentice, as a mechanic learns mechanic back home. So it is what you guys call in French apprentissage or whatever. That's how you learn this thing. You learn DBA by becoming an apprentice to somebody who knows it, and they show you. Because guys, just think about it. That you finish, let's even say it's 1 year. You take one whole year, finish your class, and you're earning, let's make it really low. You're earning 90,000, right? But some guy who went to college, has a master's degree, is teaching in college full time, is a professor, is making 70,000. But you went to school for less than a year, and you're making the same amount of money. Or rather, you're making way more than him. So if those guys teaching in the universities, if they knew the real database administration, all of them will quit teaching and they'll go to work. They will not be teaching in school. Okay? And let me tell you guys why it's also hard to find people who really know this and they teach it. Because just listen, I've been with you guys since 5 o'clock. If I actually had a job and I was working and they were paying me, say, $105, $110 an hour, I could have already made from 5 to 9, now it's 10. From 5 to 10 is 5 hours. I could have already made $500 this evening, this night. You see? So for that reason, the people who really know DBAs, guys, they better look for a part-time job. Because in a part-time job, you make way more money than you have a headache teaching people, and you ask them $4,000 and a lot of them cannot even afford to pay you. You see? So all the money, let's say I have 10 of you, it's $40,000. And I have to teach you for 6 months. If that was the only thing I'm doing, then what is $40,000? That I could have gone to work for 6 months and I make maybe $70,000, $80,000. So a lot of people, if it's for the money, they're not going to teach. They would get another job right away. Forget that teaching. Even today, even people that I taught many years ago, sometimes they see here I'm teaching, they still wonder. So why is this? Why are you still teaching? When now it's 8 o'clock, it should be your family relaxing, or maybe if you're working some overtime. and you're still dealing with people, all this late and all of that. But that is not my joy, guys. I teach for one thing. My biggest joy is to see people move from one stage in their life to another. Move from a $40,000 job and they're making $90,000. That's what gives me the biggest joy, especially us Africans who come here. And I started doing it because of my own family. When they were coming here and doing all that, I said, I could teach you, and within 6 months, you make way more money than going to school to go get another degree. When you had your degree in English in Africa or in Cameroon, or you had your degree in translation and something like that. And when I started doing that and I see the results, it's just a joy, and I keep doing it and I keep doing it. So it's really, 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 really not for the money. It's more for the passion of making a change. That's why I do this. That's why I do what I am doing. So I'm passionate about it. So sometimes, forgive me, you may hear me maybe scream at you or do something, but it's because I really want you to succeed. And sometimes some people take it as a joke. They don't realize that this is their lifeline that they are building up. Then it will get me upset. Then I talk to them in some ways that I shouldn't have, or in an ungodly way. So that's what it is. Any other question before we leave for the night? It's almost 10. Any other question? So, but for you guys listening, I would do, the class would be 3 times a week. I would send out the schedule again, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, from 7 to 10:30. Then I would also, if I gather enough students for a day class, we can do a day class. And that one will then have to decide the days. It could still be those same 3 days, but either in the morning or the afternoon, depending on the crowd that we get. Okay.
Mavis just left you a message on WhatsApp, not in the group.
Okay, thank you. So, but tonight before you sleep, you just check your, I'm going to send out those who have already registered in that DBA group. I know everybody had seen the link long time ago. I would send you guys more details, and also the payment form and where to pay. Normally, it's easy, guys. It's Zelle or Cash App or bank transfer, whichever one you want. Or if you want to, if you still have checks, you do a bunch of, you pay me the first check and then do the other checks for schedule. Doesn't matter. But it's electronic as every other thing is in the world. Any other question? If you're still doubting what is this DBA thing, I can tell you a little bit more. And guys, hear this. DBA is one of the first fields for people to start working from home. Network engineer, you go to work. You want to be a Linux engineer, that's fine. But you have to go to work on those machines. Because the machines are down, you have to start them up and log inside and do your stuff. You have to boot the machine sitting there. But as a database engineer, or the guys, you hear the course on database engineer, database architect, database programmer, but it's all database, same thing. Then now we have cloud DBA, cloud database administrator. That is the new thing that you'll be learning. And you work from home, no doubt. But some companies are still traditional. They may say, nope, you must come in the office, maybe 3 or 4 days a week, you know, whatever. But you can easily work from anywhere. Even on vacation, you can be working. It doesn't matter. So it's one of those fields where there's a lot of flexibility. And you can easily have 2 jobs with this. But if you are a network engineer, it's hard to have 2 jobs. You're a developer, yeah, it's probably hard to have 2 jobs.
Sir, excuse me. If you want to do the cyber security, it's possible to do before cloud DBA or not?
It depends. If you want to do cybersecurity, there are 2 cybersecurities. There's one that is documentation cybersecurity. You don't want to do that one. If you want to do cybersecurity, it should be the engineering cybersecurity, should be the practical one where you work on computers. It means you have to know Linux very well. It means you have to know a lot of applications. And that is not, if you talk to a lot of schools, people running schools like I'm running these small schools around, if they say cybersecurity is not that one, it's not the real one, guys. Because the real one, you have to be a system administrator first to even do that one.
Okay,
And
system administrator.
Yes. So you have to find out what kind of cyber security. Then hear this. Most cyber security, 90% of your job will be with the federal government. Therefore, you have to be a citizen, right? You have to be cleared. You have to have clearance. So you got to think about it, especially if you're new in the country, you're not a citizen. Stay far away from cybersecurity. Don't waste your money and your time.
Do we need clearance for DBA?
Except if it's, let's say you're working for the Pentagon, right? And they're hiring straight, yes, you need a high-level clearance.
Okay.
But they do it for you. When you go to those typical government departments, they will do it for you. But first, you have to, first of all, you have to be a citizen, right? Then, before you even think, you have to have good credit. There's some things that even can disqualify you before you even get to talking clearance. It's a whole lot of things. But again, you don't want to study something where you're limited to work only with the government. You want to study something that you can work for any company. Guys, let me tell you, every single company that you know about, they have databases and database administrators in the background, but you hardly hear about them. If you are from Africa, let me tell you, most African countries don't yet have or know the use of DBAs. Like, I come from Cameroon. The people of Cameroon, especially La République de Cameroon, the entire La République de Cameroon has have 5 DBAs, and they're all foreigners, not one Cameroonian, not one. Except in the past 3 years that I've not been there since 3 years ago. So except they had one, because when I go there, I go around Yaoundé and Douala and I talk to all those places where they're supposed to have DBAs. The entire country has 4 foreigners, and they are all, none of them, if for you guys who know franc CFA, the least one is paid about 2.5 million francs a month. The least of them. They have a car and they have a house and a driver. Okay? But Nigeria has DBAs. Nigeria knows the use. You have mega companies in Nigeria that deal with things like that. They understand. But in a place like Cameroon, Chad, all those French colonies, they are not yet up to that speed. But they'll get there someday. And when they get there, even you guys go back home, you find jobs. Any other question or concern?
Just not forget our notes so I can do the VI.
Yes. Then while we're talking, let me working on that. So another person wants to hear any other thing about IT, any other question?
The next course is Wednesday and Saturday, exact?
Yes, for this class, yes. Wednesday.
Mary, send
the link for the what? The GBA class?
Yes.
Yes, I can send it again. Over and
Thank you.
I'll send it, then I'll give you guys the schedule, but it's tomorrow evening and we will discuss all the other details during that time.
Professor, how do I get with you after the class so I can share my screen?
Yes.
What time tomorrow is our DBA starting?
I said Monday, 7 p.m.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
That's tomorrow, 7 p.m. And to meet, let me just type this here.
Now the call is end or not?
What did you say?
I asked if the course is finished now for today.
Yes, for today. Let's call it. Let's just, except you have a question to ask on what we are talking about, we could answer your question. But for today, let's call it quit, and we'll continue with that sequel. I'll send you guys. I'll send you guys the details to insert your data there again. I will arrange it so it's easier, so everybody can insert their data and play with it. But for those doing DBA, that will be a piece of change for you when we start the class, because those are the kinds of things we shall be doing.
Excuse me, Mr. Excuse me. You say it's necessary to download app WhatsApp in the computer, exact?
Yes.
Because my problem in my sound.
Yeah, anyway, just go to your browser, go type download WhatsApp. You're going to see it's going to download.
Okay.
Download,
I
install it.
that and I keep my phone near, exact?
Yes, as long as you have your phone near, it will be on your laptop.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question about our classes and stuff? Who's speaking? I can't hear you. Yeah, I got some bad connection, it looks like, right?
The class is being recorded.
That the classes are being? Yeah, maybe you type. What kind of system are you using? Or your line is bad, you have stopped recording a long time. Not just that. Yeah, technically we're finished for today. It's 10 o'clock, right? I was supposed to finish at 8. So it's 2 hours past. I'm glad some of you are interested to study and to practice. Okay, let me see the question you were trying to ask. Yes.